What's up, guys? I'm only 3 minutes late. And I just caught that. Are they? I was wondering this. Okay. This is why I wanted to discuss this with you guys. Because we were like the first, like us YouTubers were like the first to like go through all those Instagram. And you're telling me people found it and then they were able to go and see what that Instagram was writing to? Like, did you guys read that? So that's why I wanted to discuss it. But I have a hive right there. I just noticed. Huh. But I don't know, guys. I don't know if I'm buying it, to be honest, because they make it seem like they went in and found the stuff, right? How would they have access to see who because if they're indeed saying that it was in the request phase, which I have a ton of that in that in the phase from the Kylie case. That's why I'm so overwhelmed with my Instagram. But you have to go if you're not following the person, you have to go and accept each one before you can even see the message. So they're trying to say that it was in those phases that the person, and they don't even say which victim. They said he Instagrammed all four victims, yet, or all three, I think. We'll have to see the wordage. But then they talk about a specific victim that he messages repeatedly, but she doesn't respond. But then they say they don't think that she saw it because it was in the request phase. So how would they have that access? That's what's getting me. Like, how can people go in there and find it? And this article just came out recently. We were, as soon as Bryan got arrested, we were looking through the Instagrams and we have yet to find one that was real. All of them basically were following all of them. There was one that people were going around saying it was real, but I don't think it was, because when you went into that about where it should have had it should have told you like when they started the page, it wasn't even it didn't work yet, which I thought we kind of came to realize that meant that it's because it didn't even get activated yet to be able to tell when it was activated. It was activated, but in order to get that option, it has to like get into the system, and it wasn't even in the system yet. So you couldn't even tell when they started, right? So I don't know, but that's why I'm glad I like to do these on lives, because I want to see what you guys think. It's going around. So it's on people, and then also somebody else posted it. Fox. No, wait. Yeah. So we have Fox, but People was, I think, the first one to do it. So you have the People article, and then you have Fox probably picked it up with People. But in all fairness, on the 2020, if you guys watch the 2020, Kaylee's mom does say that he supposedly was, I don't know if uses the word allegedly. I have to see. It's right at the beginning. She says, whatever word she uses, it's almost like it's making it seem like not 100%, but like, let's say allegedly that he was following Kaylee. And I don't know if she just says Kaylee or all of them. So she even says that, but did she get it from all the media? I don't know, guys. No, people still, but I mean, Fox reposted it though. Fox has an article too. We'll go over saying the same thing. So, but I don't know, guys. It maybe there were so many that it was hard to go through them all. There were so many accounts, but I feel like now there's even more. I went and checked since it first happened, but in the People article, it actually says that account's taken down now. But when it first happened, we were on it, and I went through all of them, not like in depth, but I clicked on all of them, and we kind of like tried to figure it out. And like some of the ones that had more posts or more followers, we thought maybe that's more legit, but none of those you could click on those three dots and see when it was started. What does that mean? Everybody's like, oh, you could see when it was started. I think they were all created. And then everybody's saying he doesn't even have an Instagram. So I don't know, guys. I mean, I'm breaking out in hives. I have one here, one here. The heck? Anyway, so I don't know. Well, let's read the article, see what you guys think. But I want to go over a few things. That I just wanted to hit that up first because I know people are probably talking about it. It just came out. But then, oh yeah, he's sleeping. It's actually my night to sleep with him, but he's down in my grandma's bed. Maybe at the end I'll bring him up because then he'll be sleeping with me. I think I wanna do 2 lives though, guys. I'm gonna do this lives. There's so much other true crime going on with all the cases that I've been covering in the past. There's new things going on. So we have a Milete case, Vallow case, Richard Delphi case. All 3's got, like, big things going on, and then there's new cases. So I kinda wanna, like, get into some other stuff that there's actually new stuff going on. This this case is more like hearsay, gossip, there's nothing big really going on as far as like official. So I might try to move on. Are you guys interested in like going over some of the other stuff that's going on? Because some big cases where there's stuff going on, guys. Hey, E, what's up? Yeah, Athena, that new case, Athena. Another Athena. Isn't that crazy? Because remember the first Athena, Strand, was that the name? The one where the FedEx, or was it FedEx driver? Her name was Athena, right? So no, I know, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I wanna go over some of the new stuff that's going on in the cases I've been covering prior, if you guys are interested. Okay. Saying, what up, what up? All right, let's go over the 2 articles real quick, see what you guys think. And if anybody thinks that this is legit and you have the Instagram that you think that is the one that they're talking about and that it's legit, can you email me? Because I've when it first all happened, when they first arrested him, I had probably at least 5 emails where the people emailed me an Instagram account of Brian's and said, "This is it. This is his real account." And then you would go to it, and each one that people would send me was a different one. So it's like, well, who's right? I mean, and then you would go, and none of them seemed legit. The only reason that one seemed legit is because he had so many followers. But then remember, we watched that. It was like later on in that day after he got arrested. But then we watched that night, and it already had, or was it the next day after? Whatever. But it already jumped up like 3 times the amount because it was at like 400, and then it got up to like 1,500. I think it was within hours, if I'm remembering. So I don't think that means that. I think people were just clicking on it and like following these Brian ones thinking it was him. All right, so let me go to the people one first, and then we'll do the Fox one. So people came out uh yeah, today at 1:40. Let me see when Fox did though. Hold on. Let me see who came out first. Yeah, Fox picked it up from people, I guarantee. Fox published theirs at 6:14. So today. So freaking people did it 1:40, and then what, 4 hours later, about around 4 hours later, Fox does an article on it. Now, I think they took what people's information, but I don't know. We'll see. Let's read it and see. I actually didn't read Fox's yet. I read People's, but I didn't read Fox's. I just wanted to see who is all catching on to like who's all going to publish this. Is this legit? Is other news stations going to like pick up and report on it? So I just like typed it in to see who else did, and this is the only one so far that I found. But this was like an hour ago. Maybe there's more. So I didn't read the Fox one. We'll read it together. But I did read the People one. But let's read the People one together. All right. How's everybody doing though? I didn't even say hi to anybody. What's up? Oh yeah, I did say hi to a couple people. Hey bossy. Oh, I sent out the giveaways, guys. They're all sent out besides the quilt because Lavina hasn't got back with me. Is Lavina here? The quilt winner. I tried to email her and I said, "Hey, I'm going to the post office today. Give me your address." Lavina, are you here? But can I just tell you why, just to reaffirm why I only am taking in the United States for things like hoodies and stuff that don't have like a high price. I mean, yeah, those hoodies were like 40, $50, but guess how much it cost me to send the 2 hoodies? And I'm not complaining, but I'm just trying to show you why I'm only doing it and this was two people that were in the United States. $50 to send both hoodies. And these are 2 in the United States. So that's why, which is fine. That's fine. But can you imagine what out of the United States would have cost? So that's why it would be waste. Because let's say it costs $50 to send it outside the United States. It's probably even going to be more than that. Then wouldn't it make more sense? And the only reason I'm explaining because I got a couple criticisms of that I'm not that's not right what I'm doing. But wouldn't it make more sense to give them like a $50 gift card at Amazon or something, and then because you're spending that on the shipping and then giving the hoodie to somebody like local or closer that's only going to cost, 15, $20 or whatever it costs to send. rather than, you know what I'm saying? You got to be smart about it. That would be stupid to send like a 40 or $45 hoodie, spend $50 to send it. Just give them the $50 card. They could buy the hoodie they want if they want it, or they could buy whatever and then give the hoodie to somebody else. So that's my reasoning. It's not because I'm trying to like be cheap, or I'm trying to be smart, not cheap, because I am going to do a giveaway for uh out of the country supporters, but I'm going to do like a Amazon card. No, I want to do a PayPal. So it just makes more sense. So for those of the people that were giving me a hard time about that, that's why I'm not trying to. I know I have a lot of supporters out of the country and they deserve to be a part of it too. So it's just, you got to be smart. That'd be so stupid to do it, to spend $50 to send something that's not even worth $50. Might as well just give them the money, you know? I know, but I just wanted to show, like, look how much it is even for in-state. $50. So but it was, I mean, it's worth it because I'm still gonna do those, but I'm just saying, no, I'm not gonna do it out of the country. Not in-state, I mean in the country. Anyway, all right, let's go. Let's do this. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Jamie. So remind me, because we'll do a giveaway for the out of the country people. And they were included in the Amazon gift card. Everybody was included. They were all the members. So that I was gonna do it for, yeah, but it actually, the person that won that was from Ohio, but everybody was allowed to do that one. All right, so let's look at the People magazine, the People article first. All right, so like I said, I'm gonna do another live after this, guys. I'm gonna talk about the new stuff in the Vallow case and the Richard Allen case, the Delphi, excuse me, the Richard Allen case and the Delphi case. So, if you guys want to stick around, or just in case if people are here that are gonna leave, just so you know, I am gonna be doing a live later on those two cases. I'm gonna combine them though. There's too much stuff going around, guys, and then I want to do other stuff too. All right, hold on. All right, let's see. So this title is Accused Idaho Killer Bryan Kohberger repeatedly messaged one of the victims on Instagram source. How was persistent and investigative source on the case tells people 2 weeks before the slayings. Here, let me make this a little bit bigger. 2 weeks before the slayings of the 4 University of Idaho students last November, the man now accused of killing them sent a series of messages to one of the victims on Instagram. An investigator familiar with the case tells people. Well, I guess they're saying they got it from the investigator. Okay, but in late October, an account that authorities believe belonged to Bryan Kohberger sent a greeting to one of the female victims, the source says. When he didn't get a reply, he sent several more messages to her. But they never say which one, which I just don't understand that. He slid into one of the girl's DMs several times, but she didn't respond, the source tells people. Basically, it was just him saying, "Hey, how are you?" But he did it again and again. Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Santa Coronado, and Ethan Chapin were all stabbed to death in an off-campus rental home in Moscow on November 13th. A masked intruder entered the home and killed the 4 students with a fixed blade. This is just going over I don't know if there's any. Yeah, I guess that's all they're talking about on so that's what, hold on, is there more about I forget. So the affidavit also alleged that Kohberger was linked to the crime scene from DNA and cell phone pings. Authorities remain tight-lipped about the alleged motive in the attack. They have not publicly discussed the relationship between Kohberger and the victims. Kohberger's now deleted Instagram account, which was viewed by people before it was removed, followed the accounts of the Mogen, Gonzalez, Coronado, but there was no public interaction. It's unclear why Kohberger didn't get a response to his messages, but authorities say that the victim may have missed them completely. She may have not. So what authorities, dude? Like, who are they talking to? Huh. Now, okay, so they're saying that they viewed it, but okay. So now that I'm rereading this, I'm thinking they're not saying that they saw it. So they're saying that they viewed it just like we all viewed all the accounts and saw that he was all the Bryan Kohberger accounts, almost all of them were following him because they were fake, but it's not saying that they necessarily saw it. They're saying what the authorities told him about that. Is that how you guys are taking it? I don't know. She may not have seen them because they went into message requests. says the investigation source. Instagram users are not notified when they receive a message from someone they do not follow back, and the messages go into a special folder. We're still trying to determine how aware the victims were of his existence. There's no indication that he was getting frustrated with their lack of response, the source adds, but he was definitely persistent. Kohberger has not yet entered a plea. His next hearing isn't until June 26th. His attorney has not yet returned people's messages for comment. So, um, yeah, I have a lot of these that are in the message requests because you have to accept them and stuff. So, how they would have had to have somebody had to have been in the account for them to I mean, I guess they could have, like, hackers. I guess they could have people that could get into the accounts, I guess. So maybe they did and they saw it was before the murders, which makes it, like, more legit that it was his account. I don't know, guys, but here's the, Fox one. Okay, Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger allegedly spam one victim with Instagram DMs report. University I don't need to read all this, hold on. So yeah, Bryan in November, he allegedly sent one of the 4 victims a series of private messages on Instagram before the slayings, according to a new report. And I guess if they show that it's before the slayings, then yeah, I guess you could say that you could prove that that's probably him. I don't know. What do you guys think? Fox is republishing it. Maybe it is legit. Oh, maybe Keely's. Oh. Maybe he's because you know how how active they are, that family, Gonzalez. Maybe they're yeah, maybe they're the leak. Maybe they're the ones giving information. You're right, Devil Dog. I didn't even think about that. Because all they would have to do is have access into Kaylee's and then see those requests, see it comes from a Bryan Kohberger, and then see what account that is, and then that's the account, and then you could go see and you could say, "Oh, wow, that account's already been shut down." Which that would make sense. Wait a minute. So that would make sense. Maybe it's because by the time they arrested him, maybe the account was already down, and that's why we couldn't find it maybe? But her sister had already looked at it. She had, like, weeks to look at it before they arrested him, right? So maybe she already saw that, and then maybe the law enforcement, put it took it off because of the investigation. So maybe by the time we looked at it, maybe it was down. What do you guys think? That could be a possible explanation of why we couldn't find a legit one. Could be. What do you think? Um, and Kaylee's mom does say that on the 2020 about well, she doesn't say this, but she basically just says that he was following them on Instagram. Not in those exact words. I forget how she words it, but it's at the very beginning of the 2020. Uh-huh. Hey, patchouli girl. I used to wear patchouli all the time. That used to be my smell. Hey, Brittany. Wait, you're the Brittany that won the giveaway, right? Sorry, there's a few Brittany, so sometimes I get them confused, but yeah, because I remember your picture. Hey, Weeping Willow. Water loving dog, Amanda, Seeker. Well, that's the connection, but we still don't have a reason why he was trying to contact them because if this is true, she never even opened it and request she wasn't following him, that means, because she had to accept. She never basically accept the message. I have a lot of those. Like I said, you have to accept them originally if you're not following them. So she never even accepted it. So that does not necessarily mean we still don't know why. Like what made his eyes on her? Like, yeah, we see that he was trying to contact her on Instagram, but why? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did he pick her? Why was he trying to contact her? What was it? Did he just like run into her somewhere and she was kind of rude to him or something? And he wanted to kill people. He had a plan. He wanted to kill someone. Maybe Maddie and Kaylee were together, and he saw them out somewhere, and they were kind of rude to him or something. And it was just like, okay, them are the people I'm gonna Or maybe it wasn't even rude. Maybe it's just like, okay, he's just looking for people, and so it could just be random. And then he did some research, found out who they were, and then try to contact them. Could be the possible explanation for the increase of Google searches, because there wasn't a ton. Because since they're not famous, they weren't famous, or they're still not famous, but like an increase of like, oh, one a couple searches, and then it goes up to like 10 searches or something. That is a huge increase, right? That shows a huge increase. I have to see the numbers, but it wasn't a ton. It would be like explainable that maybe it was just one person that could have made that many searches. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a ton, but it was enough that, because it went from like none to some, where it made the graph, it made it go up, the percentage of searches go up in the graph, because it, 0 or a couple, or 1 to like 20 is a lot increase. So yeah, it could have been him looking them up. What do you guys think? Yeah, there's a ton. I looked it up again after this article today, and there's more added now that are pretending, since the crazy thing is that first day he was arrested, there was already a bunch of fake ones. People like got right on it right away. All right, where are we at? So yeah, so he's allegedly sent one of the 4 victims series of private messages on Instagram. He slid into one of the girl's DMs several times, but she didn't respond. An unnamed investigator told People, so they are just quoting People. Basically, it was just him saying, "How are you?" But he did it again and again. The FBI, which assisted Moscow police in trailing Kohberger from his apartment in Pullman, Washington, to his parents' house, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Fox News Digital was unable to confirm the reporting independently. The new allegation comes as details around the case are subject to a gag order, and officials have made a few public statements since Kohberger's arrest on December 30th. Kohberger reportedly sent the first message in late October, then a series of follow ups when he did not receive a response, according to People. Wow, I must have missed some of that People article, because I don't remember it saying all that when we just read it. Okay, so then a series of follow-ups when he did not receive a response. On November 13th, police alleged that he snuck into a 6-bedroom rental house on King Road, killed 4 students, as some of whom were believed to be asleep at the start of the ambush. "12 times prior." All right. Okay. So that's that. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's do a poll and see how many people think that's legit. I don't, I would have to know. It sounds like believable that that would be something that would happen. But I guess the reason I'm doubting it is because we looked it up that first day. We were like all over those Instagrams. But now that it could have been already taken down, and then Kaylee's sister saw it. So, I mean, that could be the source too, somehow. But they say authorities. The People one. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I'm trying to find my live. Oh, here it is. All right, let's do a pool. Okay, hold on one second. I'm hot. All right. I'm just gonna say, do you think the People article is true? Because I don't know how to word this with. Well, I guess I could say. Hold on. Do you think Bryan? Wait, do you think that was really Bryan who was messaging the victims, I guess? I guess that'll be good, right? Okay. All right, so let's do. Oh, what's that? Hold on. All right, I'm gonna just share just some screenshots. Wait, what is this? Okay. Well, here's like 2 weeks before the slayings of the Ford University students last November, the man now accused of killing them sent a series of messages to one of the victims on Instagram. An investigator familiar with the case tells People. Yeah. Basically, it was just him saying, "How are you?" But he did it again and again. Okay. Oh, I don't want to have these pictures in here. Okay. What is this? Well, I forget what this was about. Oh, yeah, this was posted. It's kind of weird. Kohberger will be exonerated from the charges of the murder. He does not have an accomplice. He is the accomplice. Murderer, other party is on the run now, wondering if BK was rolled over on them. The answer is yes, yes, he has. It was the first thing he told his authority in Idaho. In fact, this is why cleanup was halted in private. Investigation of the scene was ordered. Fixed blade type with Emerson waved point was the knife used. Kabar sheath was a plant. Have you guys been hearing that theory going around? That it was a plant. These are just no confirmation here, just people chatting, claiming stuff, but it's just still kind of interesting to just talk about it and see. I mean, what defense is he going to use? But anyway, it says not plant by cops, plant by killer. Killer double crossed the driver, the PhD student driver he paid to teach him how to get away with murder. There's no honor amongst thieves. They're working on securing a warrant now, bringing Dylan in on Monday to begin extending questioning, not as a victim, not as a witness either. Figure it out. See, I know that's what 911 call and body cam footage is will be released this week. No, I doubt that. Hold on. We'll read that in 1 minute, but I wanted to go over this because there's people that in groups were talking about this because in the actually hold on, I'll show you. Let me share my screen over here. Hold on. So in the court document, hold on. Court document, which one was it? Probable cause. I think it was the probable. I think it was this, the request for a discovery, right? Where it says co-defendant and like there's people just like kind of going crazy over that, where it says, because they're like co-defendant, statements of co-defendant, any written or recorded statements by a co-defendant in the substance of any relevant oral statement made by a co-defendant. Basically just going on about a co-defendant, but then somebody posted this, which is very helpful, that I just had up, which explains where they got that from, just for you guys who were maybe wondering. Um, so it says, the defense use of co-defendant is not proof there's a co-defendant. It is standard language copied from the Idaho criminal rules. So they basically just like copied it, you know? So I think they're just covering their bases. So I don't think that means necessarily there is a co-defendant and that like Brian already was talking about somebody else. I think it's just like standard, like they said. Now, will he say, is he saying something? I don't know. I mean, it makes you wonder if he is going to try to say somebody else is involved. Because remember that first day, was it Brian Enton, I think, that reported that he said, did they arrest anyone else? Or I forget how he worded it, but did they arrest someone else yet or something like that? So it does make me wonder what he is telling lawyers. Yes. No, I know, that's what but I'm just trying to clarify because people are talking about it a lot. Oh, okay. So let me see what else I have here. I forget what's oh, that's that. I'll go over that sometime. And this was interesting. Okay, so somebody highlighted this in the affidavit where it says investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, 2022. But investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that date. The 8458 phone was not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. So this Noel says, go back and read the affidavit again if you haven't yet. I was so caught up reading it the first time, I missed some stuff. What is the significance of mentioning all of the info about the dog? They went into some detail, but why? What is the significance of mentioning Kate's Cup of Joe multiple times? Is there some more info to come on that? At Albertson's grocery store, they say he was seen on surveillance cams walking through the store, so they probably know what he was buying. But then mentions purchase unknown items at checkout. This makes it sound like the only items they aren't sure about are those last few impulse buys, right, at the register. The first paragraph of the last page, 18, has me confused. Can anyone decipher that for me? There is no info about him cleaning his car at his parents' and throwing trash in neighbor's can. Where did that info come from? And now my screenshot below. They included detailed info about his cell pinging around the house all the way back to the summer. Why is there this statement I highlighted? Can the defense use this to discount other cell phone pings? Why was his phone pinged there, but they don't think it's accurate? So I don't know. I thought she brought up some good points. Hold on one second. Oh, Juliet, you gotta come up. You're here. Yay. You gotta come up and tell them. Because I'm actually gonna try to keep this live short because I want to do a live on like the Valo and Delphi case in a little bit. But I want you to come up and tell them your thing about the thing because I think you're right on it, and I swear I've never heard anybody else bring it up, and I feel like you should be the one to say it because you're the one that thought of it. Very interesting theory on a part of the affidavit. So yeah, you should definitely come up and because now you could come up whenever. You don't even need a freaking link, right? Wait, what? Oh, I thought you were saying oh, I thought you meant something else. Wow. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. Well, no. I'm gonna do another live though, chicken flavor. I'm only gonna make this short or shorter. It's still gonna be a long live for lives in general because my short lives are still like a couple hours, but I want to do another live after and talk about a couple of two other cases that there's stuff going on in. Um, okay. Okay, so let me go. What else do I want to share real quick? Hold on one second. I had a few more things and then I wanted Juliet to tell you something I thought is pretty interesting. One of the Okay, hold on a second. One second. Yeah, let me just share this. Now, this is another post that's probably probably not real, guys, but it's still I want to read it because it's just I don't know. People are I'm sure talking about it. I'm sure it's just somebody making it up, but it's kind of interesting and um see what you guys think, okay? Just the reason is just for the small chance if it comes out and this really does come out to be true. You know what I'm saying? Then we could be like, "Wow, that post." But I doubt it is because we've been seeing a lot of people faking that they're people. So it probably isn't real, but it's still entertaining and it's a theory about about what happened basically. So it says I'm posting anonymously because Brian is my family and you people in this group act like vultures and rabid raccoons. Brian is innocent and you will see he has been framed by his drug partner friend, the security guard from the university. They were doing drugs together in the parking lot as they had done numerous times, but when security guards started acting like a peeping tom outside the girl's window, Brian left security guard and drove back to his apartment. The reason the phone was off is because the battery was flat and the security guard was using the car charger. Brian put his phone on the charge when he left the parking lot and then he switched it back on when he was near to his apartment because that's how long it took to get a charge going. Brian's knife was in the car and the security guard was holding it because he has used it to chop the cocaine lines. Yes, I said cocaine because Brian stopped heroin years back and substituted the drug with cocaine. He has tried so hard to stop everything, but he's an addict and he has bad migraines, so the cocaine actually helps him. He had no idea security guard was going to do what he did, and he just wanted to teach security guard a lesson by leaving him behind. Brian actually feels terrible that he left his maniac behind, but it's not his fault. You people need to stop with these singing videos and funny pictures of Brian and my dad, or we will sue you for everything you have. All of you, just get a life and stop playing Facebook detectives. Now, what I don't know what they're talking about, Brian and singing videos and funny pictures. What I haven't seen any like that. Have you guys seen anything going around? And I'm not saying that this person's legit, but there must actually be, I'm sure, something going around like that. Even if he's faking, he's probably talking about something, right? So what singing videos and pictures? Who is Brian with at that time? Has anybody seen it? And there is, I mean, there is a few people talking about how the knife might not even be that knife or something. I don't know. It's probably just people trying to uh um claim that Brian's innocent. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. So there isn't any? Is that what he's talking about? Wait a minute. Videos of picture, but it's saying videos and picture of Brian and my dad. Because if there's a small chance this is legit, then who is Brian with? And then we could figure out who this person is claiming to be. When they're saying my dad is these things going around as Brian and his dad, so would this be like his sibling? Or who is Brian with in these? Anybody know? Yeah, I got freaking copyrighted for playing that. No, thank you. And I don't even know if it was him. I know a lot of you guys were saying, "Yeah, that's him," but I don't think I don't know. I think it was hard to confirm for sure if it sounded like him, but most people were, I guess, were saying it sounded like him. I don't know. All right. Let's see. Yeah, and this is another thing that's somebody and I don't know why this was in the group and then I don't know why they just circled it, but I'm guessing what I thought when I read it, when it was circled, this part right here. Where is it? Dylan did not state that she recognized the male. Just the wording on that, that she did not state that she recognized him, but did she say that she didn't recognize him? You know what I'm saying? She just didn't say if she recognized him, or did she say I didn't recognize him? Like that's a big difference of her just like not saying it, or because that could mean that doesn't necessarily mean she didn't recognize him if she just didn't say it, or did she say I didn't recognize him? Oh, oh, really? Okay. All right, hold on. Oh, and by the way, guys, I saw the full picture of that. It's the cutest picture ever. Your helmet picture. Oh, it's so cute. It's like a cloth helmet almost. It kind of is a helmet, I would claim, but it's not like a helmet, but it's made out of like material or something. But it's so cute. All right, let me send you an invite. But why isn't it working? No, that's making me mad. Are you sure? Well, then we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to figure that out later because you definitely should be able to do that. All right, let me send it to you. But what would you call that a hat though? Yeah, it's not. It's cute though. All right, hold on. Let me send you a link real quick. 'Cause I want you to. I think I just think you're right about that. I think you're onto that. What you thought. Okay, I sent you. I emailed you a link. But we definitely got to figure that out because I'm only able to do one person, so I don't want to. I want you to be able to use it. All right. So while I'm waiting for her to come up, let's go through. Well, let's see what these documents. So here's all the documents, you guys. So everybody, I got the actual files, but I got, I'll randomly get like emails, and right at the beginning, I got a lot of emails. Oh, to email the affidavit, which is fine. I don't have a problem. I emailed it out to everybody that asked. But I'm going to share this link because this has all the court, everything court. They just posted it on this site, so it's public, so you guys can get all the court documents, and it'll be updated with the new stuff. So I'm going to post this link for you guys. Hold on. So if any of you guys, you know what? I got to remind myself to put it in the description then for people. If they want to like look at stuff. Okay, let's see if there's anything. I haven't even been through everything. Let's see what's. So we have probable cause. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this. So we have burglary, murder in the first degree, murder in the first. So you have 4 counts. The court finds probable cause to believe the defendant committed the crime. A warrant of arrest shall be issued setting bail in the amount of no bail. All right, that's all that one. Let's see. No bail, and he is thereby committed to the sheriff of the county Latah. Criminal. Oh, let's see this. Okay, count 1. Yeah, Bryan on about November 13th. Did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 Moscow with the intent to commit a felony crime. Count 2. Deliberately, with premeditation and with malice, aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being. by stabbing Madison, from which she died. Same thing with Kaylee. Wait. See, they did. Oh yeah, they did. Okay, I thought they worded that different. Yeah, so all of them is worded pretty much the same. Just want to see if invoke matters may bear and relate to us. All right. What's this? Bryan Kohberger. Huh. Oh, notice to preserve the scene. So this is actually, let's see. Bryan Kohberger, through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves this court for an order directing the. Oh, see, you got it.
Whoa, yeah, okay.
So why didn't you think? You just probably didn't know how to go through it, figure it out. You have access because you brought yourself
up. So I still need a link to click on though.
No, you don't. We'll have to show you. You won't though. You don't actually. You just don't know how to get into. You don't know how to get to StreamYard. Probably. I'll show. We'll figure it out. You have to put my email and then they'll give you a code. I'll show you later. Yeah,
everything looks so weird.
You definitely don't need a link. Oh, it looks different.
Yeah.
Really?
It's okay though.
What is it? How though? I don't. I'm curious.
Oh, I don't
even know because I don't know. I forget what it looks like when you're a guest compared to what it looks like because you probably see it how I see it now, but I don't remember how I would as a guest. So click on a comment, see if you know how to. You can figure out how to put them up.
Oh, okay. Autumn says save the link in your Safari as a bookmark or something. Okay, so it's always it's the same link every time.
Oh,
I guess
I didn't. Oh, the link. No. She's saying save the link for StreamYard. For my StreamYard, for this StreamYard. So therefore you don't have to keep finding it. That's how I have mine up here. Look, if you look,
oh, I see what you're saying, and I see what she's saying. Okay, cool. Yay.
Hold on, where's mine? Like if you look, I have like StreamYard up here. So I just click on it, it goes into my stream. Like you could save it as a bookmark. This is a bookmark, or you could have it like as, yeah. So, all right, cool. Let's go back to
chicken flavored waffle lovin' Lucifer. Wow.
Great.
Wow.
This is great. But look, this okay, so this is his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, hereby moves this court for an order directing the Layton prosecutors to preserve the crime scene. So it was his lawyer that asked to preserve the crime scene. So I'm wondering, dude, if they're like, if he is going to say somebody else is involved and they're trying to preserve it because he's like, you're going to find other DNA maybe or something. I don't know. Do you think he's telling them?
Weird. I think it's weird that the timing of when they wanted to like shut everything down, shut the crime scene down, basically clean it out.
And it was the same day as they arrested him, you mean?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
It is, because they knew they were going to arrest him. They knew they had their eye on him back in November. They had the car. Didn't say November 29th or something. The WSU told him about the car, and that's when they started looking into him, right?
So you're saying it's not
at
weird?
The dates, but I swear, no, it is weird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why? If they knew that, then why didn't they just wait? Because that would have, dude, that could have screwed them. Because if they would have cleaned it out, and
that's
then
what I'm saying.
They didn't have. They would have cleaned it out before they had a chance to like, hey, preserve the crime scene. They could have had like an issue, right?
Yeah.
Because Bryan could have argued, wait, you didn't know. Like his side could have argued that, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's real. I don't know.
Right.
It feels weird to me.
That. No, you're totally right, dude. I'm glad
being like totally objective. Like I don't think there's anything with this police department that I've seen with this case that's like corrupt at all. I don't see any of that. I'm not saying it isn't there, but I haven't seen any of it. But I have to admit that seemed a little weird to me.
Yeah,
that gave me like kind of like weird vibes. Like, why would you?
Yeah,
I don't know. It left a bad taste in my mouth. That's a good expression for it.
No, it is, considering they knew what was coming. That's like, it's not like it was like, oh, they didn't have a suspect. They had one already. But yeah, so she wanted to effectively and constitutionally, or wait, she wanted to take a view of the scene in order to effectively constitutionally represent Kohberger. Huh. All right. Well, so let's let me see. Order to preserve the crime scene. I just want to see, and then we'll go to let's go to the affidavit and go over that one part. I think you're right on that, and I have not heard anybody say that, so I definitely think we should go over what. But I just want to see what this is. It's hereby United State bodily fluid. So this is by who? Bryan. And having it before the defendant's motion to preserve the crime scene and evidence, there being no objective by the state, good cause appearing now. And good cause appearing now. Therefore, it is hereby ordered that the crime scene located at 1122, including the home and outbuildings, trailers, vehicles, shall be preserved, which means the house will be locked. Crime tape will remain on site. Police presence is not required. But didn't they start? Remember the day before or was that earlier that day? Remember they had the bag up and they started. Did they get anything out?
I think that I read that the end result was nothing was actually removed.
Okay, that's
like
good.
They were able to stop them in time or something like that. What?
Okay. It's further ordered that all samples of evidence collected or generated by the state in this matter, including bodily fluids, body tissue, or blood tissue, notes, slides, photographs, or other relevant information, be held and preserved by the state. Okay, so
good night, Dominic.
Oh, good night, Dominic.
The comment I put on the screen, it says it's from Patsy Cline. It's so cute. It says, "Zavgirl, I'm a new subscriber, and I have to say without a doubt that you have the cutest voice, attitude, and personality than any other YouTube channel creator I've ever seen. Just darling."
Oh, Patsy, thank you.
I happen to agree with you, Patsy.
Oh, thank you. That is like the sweetest comment.
Just darling. Huh? That's so cute.
It is. Thanks. Okay, let's go over it. Yeah, go over what you were. Let's go to the affidavit and find that part real quick, and then I'll see if there's anything else. All right, so I almost like want to read this whole thing again, but
I need to read it myself again for sure.
Yeah, because
I really look at the wording, because I always get information out of like the wording of things.
Yeah, wonder if I don't know if I should go through and read it all right now, but I feel like it does. If you just read it once or twice when it first came out, and then you reread it now after going through stuff, you will catch new things,
Yeah.
All right, let's read the first part though, like a few of the first paragraphs, because then it'll tie into what you were saying. Okay, so here, let me see if I can read it on this page. So on November 13, approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to King Road. Hold on, let's go up here. Okay, so it says, I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana. It was Xana's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kronodle's, laying on the floor. Kronodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male. Later, it does say in the room. Okay, me and Stacy were talking about that earlier. If it said he was actually in the room, because there's like rumors, about the rumors of him being in the hallway, but it does say in the room. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Later identified as Ethan, was also deceased with wounds later determined to be caused by sharp force injuries. Wait, sharp force injuries. Then Xana says been caused by an edged weapon. Is that weird that they describe that different, do you think?
I found it weird, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those things where it's just like, it depends on what they look like or something.
Wait, what do you mean it depends what they look like?
Like what the actual stab wounds look like. Whether they say edged weapon or
That's what I
sharp
mean.
instrument.
So it does. So that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think it is because of that? Then is that what you're saying? They're describing it because it is different. The
I
wounds, like
think
it's different.
so, but it could. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so it says I
They
then
might have rules where, like, if it looks like this, you describe it using these words. And hers looked more like that, even though they could tell it was all from the same knife. I'm just saying that hypothetically. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I feel like that would be one of those like technical things where it's kind of like you're supposed to do it a certain way.
Okay.
It does seem a little weird to me though, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, tough love. Oh, thank you. Yeah, maybe Jesse R. Okay. So this says, I then followed OFC Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, hereafter Gonzalez's room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. I found out from my interview with Jack on November 13th that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bedroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan, bedroom, which was situated southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this room, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Morgan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. Okay. So the sheath was later processed and had a Kabar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe stamped outside of it. The Idaho State located a single source of male DNA at the left on the left left on the button snap of the sheath. Let's see, where are we at? I thought it was, sorry. I thought, why did I think that the part we were looking for was like on the first couple pages, but oh well, it doesn't hurt to go over this stuff again. So as part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department, FBI, and Idaho State Police detectives. 2 of the interviews included, so it's Bethany and Dylan. Both Bethany and Dylan were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Coronado are seen by Bethany at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Pierce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. Bethany also estimated that at approximately 1:45, Chapin and Coronado will return to the King Road residence. Bethany also stated that Chapin did not live in their King Road residence, but was a guest of Coronado.
All right, can I interrupt for a second? I just have so
Yeah.
many questions.
No, go ahead.
Questions. So for a while they were asking us, they were looking for help in figuring out the whereabouts of Ethan and Xana between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m., right? That was the whole thing.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yep.
So it totally makes sense. They got more information. They know they were at that party now, but they know they were at that party from Bethany, who would have been one of the very first people they interviewed. So how did they not have that information before?
That's true. Or were they just not saying it for some reason because it was a part of the investigation? Do you think that there was some reason maybe that they just didn't want to give all the information? Just like they didn't say Dylan was on the, they said they actually
Yeah,
lied.
but they were like actively asking like the public and stuff, and
Oh,
other
then that
students,
is
and like for
weird.
you know what I mean, to try to figure out where they were. I remember for a while, like people were saying, "Oh, I wonder if Ethan and Xana are the targets," because they were mentioning like they needed to know where they were so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if they got that information that they were at the party from anyone else, I would say they got it recently, and now they know. They didn't know then, but they had to have known then if they got from Bethany.
Yeah, I mean, those were the first two people they interviewed. So let's see if it's what does it say? Hold on, let me go back up and
It's just
see.
weird because I can't figure out why they wouldn't have. I don't know why they would have acted as if they didn't know where they were.
Yeah, I don't know. That is weird because they kept saying on the timeline it was that 8 to 9 that they were at a party, but which I just actually figured out that they were at. Ethan was at that party with his sister as her date from 8 to 9. It was a sorority house, and then at 9 he met Xana. So I don't know where Xana was 8 to 9, but and then from 9 to then they were at the Sigma Chi. But before that, he was with his sister. So, but that was the thing that they kept saying 8 to 9. Remember, that was always on the timeline.
Right, and then 9, and then after was what they didn't know.
Yeah, nobody knew. At least they didn't say they. I'm not sure. It's just weird stuff like that. It's like I could see if you're saying they were asking. I don't remember that the law enforcement were actually asking people, but if you're saying that, then that is weird. If it's just that they didn't say, maybe that they wanted to hold on to it because for some reason as a part of their investigation. But you're saying they were actively asking. I didn't remember that.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, not, in their way, they were saying, like, we're still looking for information on where Ethan and Xana were between this time and this time or whatever.
And Juliet, you could star comments. Okay, let's say there's a comment that you actually maybe want to put up at some time, but you're busy doing something or you want me to see, I'm busy doing something. If you star it, then it goes into or if it's like it'll pass. Some of them pass, but if you star it'll go into the starred comments and then they're right there. You know what I'm saying? So just so so
Oh,
just
I
made
see.
sense. So I just
Okay.
starred one because I want to talk about that, but not right this second. You know what I'm saying? If it's something you just you're not ready to yet. Okay. It's very helpful. But yeah, I don't know. That is weird. Very weird. All right, let's see. So Gonzalez and Mogan were at a local bar at the Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on the video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 November 12th and 1:30 a.m. November 13th. At approximately 1:30, Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on the video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party link reported that he provided a ride to Gonzalez and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow. Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in the rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Cornodal, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Do you want to? What about what we were talking about the other day about that 4 a.m. thing? Do you want to bring that up? How? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. So I'm bad at multitasking. Yeah, so is that what's on the screen right now? Let me see.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Okay, so everyone listen to this for a second and tell me if I'm crazy or not. When it comes to this. So DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. So how would they be able to say that that the occupants were, that their roommates were asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. unless they were up at 4 a.m.? Yes or no?
And how do you word it? I don't even know what the right word is, but what I'm thinking possibly is what they meant. But it doesn't make sense. I mean, the way they worded it, it does seem like that. But maybe that it could just be. Wait, how did
Like
I explain it
for an
last time? Now I
example,
forget.
let's say that Dylan and Bethany, when being interviewed, said they were like, we were both asleep, or they each said we were asleep by 3 a.m., let's just say, which is possible, right? So then document would say that, wouldn't be able to say that they both stated that their roommates were asleep or at least in their rooms by 4 a.m.
So maybe they're just talking generally. Yeah, they're just saying like
They would, in order to put approximately 4 a.m. there, they would have had to been told in the interviews with Dylan and Bethany that what was going on in that house, that they were either asleep or at least in their beds by 4. And the only reason why they would know that is if they were awake. Or else it would have said by 3 or whatever time they fell asleep.
Yeah, that's true. Huh. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm going to continue, but let me see what you guys think about that. Okay, so Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Coronato's phone showed this could also have been Coronado, as her cell phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Dylan stated she took out of her bedroom. Dylan says she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Coronato's room. Dylan said that she then heard a male's voice say something to the effect, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So this is the thing. But I just caught something though. Why would she have already been crying before that though, with your theory?
What she thought was crying coming from Coronato's.
You know what I'm saying?
And said she heard a male voice. I mean, is it definitely after that? It's all in the same opening of the door, right? They're right near each other, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But go ahead, say what you think that possibly could be.
I still think so. I was trying to figure out how to make sense of the Dylan hearing a male voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And I couldn't figure out a way to have that make any sense. So I figured out that, in my opinion, since it says male voice, it doesn't say that it was definitely Bryan or not Ethan. I think that was, if she did hear that, I think she heard Ethan either bumping into Bryan or first noticing that Bryan was there, and Ethan saying, "Can I help you?" Like the way you would say that to someone who's randomly in your house before you know that they're a threat or anything, but they don't belong there. Think of what you would say if you were a college kid, the people coming in and out of your house. So again, this wasn't like him knowing he's about to get murdered, but he sees in some way, he sees Bryan. What do you think he would say? I feel like he would say, "Can I help you? Like, what are you doing here?" And I think, I don't know about the "it's okay, but I'm going to help you" realistically would turn into "I'm going to help you." And then "I'm going to help you. Can I help you?" They're just too similar.
And tell them your experience with like witness accounts, how
people don't know what they're talking about with anything. Yeah. Or they'll be, that's not true actually. A small portion of it will be right, and then the rest won't. Like in this case, if what I'm saying is true. So like she heard something along those lines, but she didn't actually hear, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." She heard, "Gonna help you." Like, "Gonna help you? Can I help you?"
What do you guys think?
Like just think of what, picture being Ethan. So you're in a house where it's a party house. It's not too crazy to to bump into someone in there that you don't know, right? So it's not like you live in the suburbs with your family and all of a sudden someone's in your house. Different situation. So picture being him, and you hear something or whatever, and you go out there and you see Bryan like standing on the steps or something like that. And in your head you're thinking like, "Who the fuck is this?" But most people wouldn't actually say that out loud. They would probably say, "Can I help you?" Like, what are you doing here?
And I know there's a couple comments that they're talking about like the crying coming first, but actually, like she said, witness accounts are not that accurate. You know what I'm saying? So what if she did hear the crying after and she just kind of getting mixed up in her sense, in her mind, like, oh, it makes more sense. Okay, maybe I heard the crying and then I'm going to help you. That's how she kind of made sense of it in her head, maybe, or something. But
Yeah, it's
maybe
all
the
going to be
crying
like
was after.
an
You don't,
approximation of what she heard, basically.
yeah, because I think it could be like not 100% accurate as like you were saying.
I think I think that if there was another option that made sense, that if you could figure out a way to have "it's okay, I'm going to help you" make any sense in any way, then maybe it'll be that. But
Okay,
I
let me
tried, man.
but the first thing I always thought when I first read it is that he just killed Ethan and then she's all freaking out and he's trying to get her to trust him and not back away and he says, "It's
But
okay,
why
I'm
would
going to
he
help
need
you."
to do that though?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's
He wouldn't
weird,
need
but
to.
uh but
There's
that's
no
I'm just saying that's
reason.
the first thought I thought of
Yeah,
how
yeah,
that
no, I
worked.
know. A lot of people were thinking that.
But when you said your thing, then I was like, man, that actually makes more sense if you think
It's
about it.
literally what people say when they bump into someone who's somewhere they where the person doesn't belong. Can I help you?
And yeah, because you would think there would be something that would be have been said. And so if Dylan's hearing this stuff, I mean, you would think that when they first saw each other, that yeah, somebody would have said something. Ethan would have said something, or Xana, like, hey, can I help you? Who are you? What do you need? Because there's somebody
Yeah.
somewhere where they're not supposed to, whether he actually came in their room. I still think he bumped into him and it has something to do with the DoorDash. And somehow he bumped into him and it was, that's not his intent. He was up there at like around 4 killing Maddie and Kaylee, comes down and somehow bumps into them because of the DoorDash order.
Yeah, the DoorDash thing is another thing
Yeah,
that
I
blows my
still think that
mind.
has a huge thing. Let's talk about the door being open. Okay, so Juliet read somewhere, and see if you guys have seen this. You've read, or was it a interview?
Oh, yeah. So what is going on? Remember, I know people in chat know this, so back me up, guys. Do you remember the front door being open? A neighbor saw that the front door of their house was left open, and it was early in the morning, or like not 8:30 to 9 a.m., right? And then I remember hearing that, we were all like, "Oh my God, that's so weird." But we haven't heard about that in a few weeks now. So how does that play into everything?
So yeah, and so me and Juliet, we started talking about it a little bit and came up with kind of maybe a possible theory. I don't know if you agree or if you think it's a possibility, but we know Bryan came back to the house at like around, a little after 9, right? So what? But we don't know what time they saw the door open. But what if he came back, went in through the front door thinking he sees that there's no cops yet, trying to get the sheath that he left there. Just you know what I'm saying? He tries to run in and then maybe hear something because Dylan and Bethany are alive. So they might be awake or hear some movement, gets freak out and just runs out without shutting the door. Just a wild theory. I don't know. Because he was back at the scene and it could just be because he was just curious, he wanted to see. Or what if he was gonna go in and try to get that because he realized he left it there and he's like, shoot, maybe I'll be able to get that. Go, and he's thinking that everybody in the house is dead. Maybe I don't know if he did enough research to know who all lived there. I'm not sure. You think he would have, but and then he would try to go in there and get it. But that's probably, I don't know, that might be a
The
little bit
thing
far
is with
fetched,
that is
but
that as far as the door being open, like why would he?
because he hears something or sees somebody coming, he runs out real quick. Because if he shuts it, then it's going to make a noise, and maybe he just heard movement and he heard.
Oh, okay, hang on. So if he, yeah, I wish I knew what the door was like.
Let's see, he starts going in. Let's look at the. Hold on. Let's go look at the house and see. But like he walks in, and then all of a sudden he hears movement. Bethany. It would be
Some
Bethany's room
doors,
on the
like in
first
order to
floor.
close them, yeah, you have to
What?
pull it and it would make a noise like you're slamming it.
Yeah, so maybe he goes in, he hears like Bethany's like starting to open her door, her bedroom door or something. He hears something, here he's up, like takes off running and just leaves the door open. I don't
Right, like
know.
closes it as much as he can without making noise, and then it didn't stay closed because it wasn't properly closed.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Could be that too. Because he didn't slam it hard enough.
That's
And then
so risky to go back to try to.
it is. I mean, it's just a theory, but because it's like, why was that door open? And I know, Kevin, there's a lot of experts like analyzing the sheath, and there are some of them saying that they think that he left it on purpose.
I think it's a possibility, Kevin.
But did he want to get caught then? You're saying you think he wanted to get caught because obviously he would know there was going to be DNA on it, right? I mean, he's smart enough to know there's a chance that he left DNA on his freaking knife sheath that's his, right? Unless if he was so careful and he always thought he like wore gloves when he handled it and he just screwed up. But like, so you're saying if he did it on purpose, then basically he wanted to get caught? No?
No, maybe there was someone else's DNA on it also. And he didn't know. He was very careful and he thought his DNA wasn't on it because they only found it on the snap or
And
whatever.
maybe that's why he asked, "Did you arrest anybody else?" Because he put somebody else's DNA, or he somehow got somebody else's on there. You're like, yeah, huh? And he didn't expect the whole cameras picking up his car, but he should have if he's freaking studying like that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
I don't get that either.
So maybe, so yeah, I mean, there are some people that think he did do it on purpose. So maybe he did. Maybe. So has anybody heard about the door being open? Because I didn't hear that. I believe that you saw it somewhere, Julia. I didn't see it, but that the neighbor said the door was open. If anybody knows where I could find that, whether it be an article, a video, can you email me? Because I would like to see it. Hey, a voice for help. Yes. No, he did. But I'm just saying, well, crazy theory that is what if he tried to go back that morning and go into the house and just went in through the front door? Or went in through the sliding door, but wherever he was forced to like run downstairs and go out the back door because somebody was coming. Like I say, Dylan was coming this way and he had to go. You know what I'm saying? He had no way. If he went this way, he would have no way out. Because if he goes, let's say he's going, hold on, I'm trying to think. If he's going in the sliding door, no, that wouldn't make sense. Because if he does go, I'm talking about in the morning. I know what happened, what they said happened that night, but okay, wait. So if he, hold on, let me bring up the
Kristen said, "Did you guys hear Kaylee's dad say the neighbor's ring camera showed the girls arriving home from the corner club grub truck? Wouldn't the camera pick Bryan up if he went in the front door that morning?"
Oh,
I think the camera basically caught them getting home. Like the camera was not pointed at their door at their house, but they were able to identify the Uber or their private ride arrangement, whatever the hell they call it, whatever the last thing is that they decide to call it. But they were able to see that car drive by the neighbor's house, basically, and they were like, "All right, that's them getting home," and probably able to hear some audio of them getting out. Um, but the neighbor's ring camera wouldn't have uh, the front door of the King Road residence. I mean, if it did by accident, then we would know a hell of a lot more.
okay. I don't know. I didn't even know that they had it. Huh. I got to catch up on all the interviews with Steve and the family. I did watch though the 2020. I watched the 48 hour or the Dateline. Why did I say 48 hour? Is it? I don't know, but Dateline in 2020. Those are pretty good. Have you seen them yet, Juliet?
No, not yet. I want
Okay.
to.
Um, okay, so let's look at how this is set up real quick again. So front door is on the first floor. So you would go right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So front door. So if he would have went in that way, he would have. I just want to see something. So very well go in. Wait, which one's Bethany? Wait, hold on. I know this. Bethany's room is this one. No. Wait, which one is Bethany's room? This one
I
or
don't think
this?
we know.
Oh, I thought it. Okay, so let's say he goes in, he starts going up. Wait, no, then that doesn't make sense because he would go right up the stairs. Oh, he goes up. Let's say he goes up and like Dylan's starts coming out. So then he runs down and leaves the front door open. But wouldn't you think he would go in the same way he came in? So let me see if he comes in the rear and then he starts. No, that doesn't make sense either. Unless if he starts going and then he hears. No, then why would he run all the way over? Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense then because if he came in that way. So it's probably a silly theory, but I don't know. Why was the front door all open though that morning? Because he went out the back door. Unless if I guess there's a chance he came in the front door. We don't know that for sure, do we? Or do we know that for sure? But then why would he leave the door open like you were saying? That would be stupid.
It's just going to draw attention. Yeah.
And he might not even realize where he left the sheath if it was an accident. So let's say he goes in here first because he wants to see. So he's like, oh, see, I don't know. Maybe I left it in here, the last place he was. We think so. What if he goes here? Then he starts going up and he sees he hears Dylan starting to open the door. So he just runs down the stairs out the front door. You know?
It could be.
Yeah. It's just weird that door was left wide open.
Yeah, and it's such a random thing that, like, I believe it.
So yeah, that would make the most sense. He comes in the same way, and then yeah, he goes there first.
Especially in like a little town where like that whoever was driving to work, the neighbor or whatever, who drove by or was walking by and saw the door was open, like they probably like are very familiar with that street and that house. You know what I mean? It's not like you're in a city, and so I feel like that I trust that they would know it was that house that had its door open. You know what I mean? All the little mistakes that people could make with stuff like that.
Yeah, because
because it's such a small town, I feel like it doesn't. It sounds legit to me.
Yeah.
If it were like an apartment complex, and then someone came forward and said, "Oh, this morning the apartment unit 4L, the door was open," or something like that, I'd be like, "All right, well, what do the apartments next to it look just like it? How do you know it wasn't 5L?" You know what I mean? Like, there's more.
Yeah,
more
it's
wiggle room
very.
there. But with this, it's like just a small town. There aren't any other houses that look like that one on that street. There was someone going to work, I think they originally said. So I think they drove that same route or walked that same route every morning. So I think it's legit.
I want to see that now, like where it says it. So guys, I'm going to do a poll on that now. So do you think it's a possibility? He comes back at 9. We're going to go over it again. He comes in maybe the same way he goes out. He's looking for his knife sheath. He doesn't remember where he left it in one of the rooms. Maybe he doesn't know. He goes over here to look for it first, comes out, hears Dylan start to maybe open her door or something going on out here where he didn't even realize anybody was in the house, runs down to the first floor, out the front door, leaves it open because he just runs out real quick. Okay, possible scenario. Any other possible scenarios of why you think the front door could be open? I want to hear it. And I also, wait, where did that go? So somebody said that Bethany went to work that morning. Do you know anything about that, Juliet? Because what if she left it open on accident?
I know nothing about Bethany at all.
Either. I know that's true. I don't know much about her either, actually.
Like I'm ready to hear that she like never lived at the house or something.
Yeah.
Like I don't think that's true, but I'm just saying like we know nothing, right? Absolutely nothing.
Thank you for you had that up in her already, huh? Thank you for joining, Ellen. And Plankton, I don't know if you're still here, but right before I started the live, I seen that you joined. So thank you. I hope you're still here. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate
So Alan made a good point saying, what if he left the door open on purpose to mess with the time of death because they do it based on temperature? That would be really, really smart. And being that he's studying criminology and stuff, I could see it maybe, but would you, if you were him, would you feel like you were confident enough that that door on that floor would affect the temperature enough to benefit you in some way?
I would have left the sliding door open over that because that's on the first floor. The victims are on the second and third, or leave both open then,
Yeah.
Because
I feel like that just the front door open is just drawing attention to it.
And then Bethany didn't hear anything, like if he was actually on the first floor. But I guess then she wouldn't heard anything at 9 unless if she was already at work. So what are people saying? What time did she work? You guys, is that true?
Yeah, are you guys hearing about Bethany or what? Because I know nothing.
Let's see if you see anybody. Julia, Ausane wants to see the whole picture. Do you want me to share it?
Yeah,
It's up to
show it.
you. Okay. Which
Yeah, a
one
few
though?
of
There's a
them were. I was trying to
couple.
describe it like a couple
Oh
times now.
shoot. Wait, I hope
They just need to see the ridiculousness of it because in my avatar it doesn't look that ridiculous. I mean, I'm making
man,
a
I think
face,
I
but
forgot to save that. So I'm gonna have to go all the way back. But I want to save those ones. Those ones I really love too. And I don't know if I saved them. That hold on, let me. Oh yeah, I did. I saved them. I was gonna say I think I did because I really like those pictures. Okay, I have them saved. All right. So which one should I do? Like the one that shows it.
the
Like,
full body one, yes,
yeah.
you could see
Hold on, let me email.
that this thing was like being sold at a store for a
All
lot of
right,
money.
you guys, she's so cute. It's
And then you
such a
guys get a
cute
better
picture.
idea of what you should be seeing with my avatar.
Yeah, it helps understand the picture. It's cute. I love that
It's way
picture.
less cool than a motorcycle helmet, I'll tell you that.
No, I think it's cool.
Really?
I don't know. I think it's
Really?
cooler because it's not like a motorcycle helmet's boring. We know what
There's
that
nothing
is.
cool about
But this is
that
like
thing on
something
my head.
unique because it's like not, it's not just a motorcycle.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, let me
Okay,
get
zavgirl.
it. All right, hold on. Let me get it. All right, I'm emailed it to you. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, you guys, you ready to see the
Although, real quick,
cuteness?
Alan, he said leaving both open would be better, but he wasn't thinking right. But would it even really be better? Because if you knew the crime scene was gonna be like looked at by like a bunch of amateurs, then yeah. But if they get in there and it's really cold, they're gonna know to compensate for that when they do time of death. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? So I don't even know if it really would
yeah.
have benefited him.
I don't
It
think
was a
it
cool
would have,
idea
but
though,
maybe.
for
Do you think
sure.
he thought he actually thought it could have though, or no?
Maybe that's true. I'm still not convinced he's
I
really
almost
smart.
I feel like my theory is a little bit more. I don't know. I kind of like my theory more than that one. Not that I'm saying that's bad, but I feel like it. I feel like in my head it makes more sense. But maybe not. I know the argument would be like, why would he risk it? I know, but people are stupid sometimes. Criminals are stupid, but here it is.
Look at that.
Look at that. There's
Look
the
at that.
helmet head. But wait, that's a different picture. Oh, but it's the same. You took a couple pictures. Is the
Yeah, so
face?
that's like soft cloth and like with buttons and KCV says that a 15th century knight helmet. No one
Wait, what
knows
did she
what it is.
say?
Asked if it's a 15th century knight helmet. It's soft. It's like
Hold
plushy
on, I'm gonna
and
do
it's the
the other
same type
one.
of feel as like a winter coat. I think it's for winter. I don't know why it's that big.
And nobody bought it, right? It just sat there.
Yeah, and everyone just tried it on.
Here's the. It's so funny.
I don't think
Here's
anyone
the
bought it. I don't know. I
where
can't
like the
imagine.
original that came from, right? I mean, it's from the same, but this is the pic, like that actual
Yeah,
pic.
that's how big and look at that the brim of the hat. Like what? Why would that be made ever? Teresa Mills says, didn't the oh crap, Alice, didn't the girl that called 911 run out of the house? Maybe she left it open. Yeah, but it was seen open too early. It was seen open at like 8:30 or 9 in the morning or something like that. And they didn't make the call to 911 until 12 noon, I believe.
Oh, Brittany found the article. It looks like. Okay, hold on. But yeah, so yeah. Wait, who sent me the knife pictures? Somebody sent me knife and body comparison pictures. Huh. And then we'll do the article. Let me show you the pictures that somebody sent me real quick. Wait, did I interrupt you, Julia, or no?
No.
Okay. All right. So here's a couple pictures that somebody sent that actually it looks like they have that knife, the same kind of knife. And I guess They just showed. I don't know. Do you want to see them? The knife to body comparison.
Sure.
There's 2 of them. Wow, that is pretty big. Look, I mean, her whole, like almost her whole thigh.
Wow.
Wow. Isn't it 7 inches? I think, right? Isn't that what the blade is 7 inches? So from here to here is 7 inches, supposedly, I guess. So, man.
Crazy.
And then that person, remember the person posted, and I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was legit. That the person posted of that he bought the knife from in October. Remember?
I did hear that, but I don't know much about it.
I read the post on one of my lives of the guy saying, yeah, he bought it from me. And why do I think he said did he talk to the cop? I don't know. The cops better interview him, but I don't know if it was legit. I guess it could be somebody else making up stuff, right? Okay, so that's that. And then let's look at this article.
Also, Jessica Hogan said that woman, I don't know what woman she's referring to, but said her calls to sorority started around 8:30 a.m. to 9. Is that true? Where did you get that from?
Whose calls?
That's crazy.
Wait, who?
Either Dylan or Bethany.
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where did you hear that? Because that's
Email me, Jessica. That's interesting if that's true. What the heck? All right, let's read this article.
Even if it's
here.
not confirmed, but just where you heard it from.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so this says Idaho student's front door was left open on morning of the murders. Neighbor. Yeah, okay. So a neighbor of the Forest Lane University of Idaho students say the door of their home was wide open the morning of the murders, according to the new report. Oh yeah, 8:30. It says the unnamed neighbor in Moscow told Fox that the front door of the 3 home wasn't shut around 8:30 a.m. But what if, okay, so we know Bryan came back around 9:30. So I don't know, maybe my theory isn't right, but she could have been off a little bit, right? Like by a half hour maybe, or no?
What time did you say it was?
This neighbor's saying around 8:30 it was open, and Bryan's phone pinged around a little after 9 though. I forget. So probably not. I guess my theory is probably not right then, huh? Unless if
I think
it might not be a perfect time.
Person, yeah, but if they're going to work though, they might leave for work like the same time every day.
Okay.
I'm assuming they're going to work because it's like Sunday morning. It's like people wouldn't be up and about on a Sunday necessarily. Unless it's like an older person. I don't know.
Let's see here. I want to see what time it said Bryan's phone pinged. Like if it was, I think it was like
I heard somewhere
9:30.
the neighbor was on their way to work and so.
Oh, so they would.
I don't remember where I
pretty accurate. All right, hold on. I'm going through this affidavit just to see what time his phone.
Jessica Hogan said, sorry, the local mother of the students, I guess one of the students called into the drunk turkey. And that's where they said the thing about the sorority calls.
Wait, the local, say that again?
Someone called into something called the drunk turkey.
Okay.
And it was a local mother of some students. And she was the one who said that the calls to the sorority were like 9:30 or whatever, 8:30 a.m. to 9.
Well, then why did it take that long? So it maybe just took that long for somebody to actually come. But so you're saying that Dylan and them, they just didn't, she didn't like go look, like she couldn't look. So she just sat there for a couple hours waiting for somebody to come over. Wait, it says, oh, never mind. Go ahead. What?
That's why I'm really interested in that information because.
Wait, I'm going to finish reading that, but look. So it says for Bryan, it says he was, would provide coverage to the King Road residents between 9:12 and 9:21 a.m. So that's kind of still close, 8:30. If it wasn't a work related and she could have been off her timing a little bit, but if it was somebody going to work, which let's read what it said. So what other reason then? What let's think. So you think maybe for the body temperature?
I don't think so. I think that's a really smart idea. I don't think that's actually it though.
Okay.
I mean, it's a possibility because we don't know. That was smart though, Alan.
No, it was Alan. I didn't mean
It's
that I
like good,
didn't
like
when I said
thinking
I like
outside the
mine
box.
better.
That's what I like. Yeah.
I didn't mean,
I
I
always come up
just,
with weird stuff.
I was just thinking like,
I'm sure he
yeah,
doesn't care if you
maybe.
say you like yours better.
I know, but that I didn't mean it wasn't a good idea. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it is
Okay.
a good idea, and it's possible because who knows? Because maybe he thought, maybe he's, he thinks he's so smart and he's not, which is kind of the vibe that some people seem to be getting anyway. So maybe he did try to leave it open on purpose for that reason.
But
It's possible.
why not leave the sliding door?
Yeah.
Or is it one of those sliding doors that shut back up? You know what I'm saying? You know those ones that are on it, like where you open it and then it just shuts right away with it if you don't. Haven't you seen those before? You open it and then it automatically kind of shuts. I swear I've seen them before.
What kind of fancy doors do you have?
I don't have one. Why am I picturing
Oh
one?
wait, you mean it just slides shut on its
Yeah,
own?
yeah.
Oh, the sliding door to outside. Yeah,
So if
it could be.
because I'm saying
Yeah,
why wouldn't he have left that open unless if it's one of those doors? So he would have had to like jam something to open it. So he just slid down or something, slid back shut.
yeah. Maybe it does close on its own.
Look
And
at that.
it
Why do
could
you think
be.
these articles are coming up about tinnitus? Because of the freaking his post, the VS talked about
Oh,
tonight. I
your
feel like,
ads?
yeah, because think about it. They're always related to something. I feel like that has something to do with, didn't it? Somebody, I swear they used that word in
Yeah,
his
it's like
post.
associated with it or something. And now you're getting
Yeah.
ads with ears
Yeah.
with red coming out of them, glowing red ears.
Uh,
So
okay,
my
so yeah.
other out of like really not good idea for why the door. I mean, it's not bad. It's a possibility, but it's so random that it's like I don't know. Was that if so the DoorDash thing, as I told you, is messing with my head big time. I just find that so weird for so many reasons. But so if he was already in the house upstairs when DoorDash came, um, which sounds crazy, but if you think of the timing when it was dropped off, I don't know, the whole thing blows my mind. But let's say I was picturing the DoorDash being dropped off at the sliding door for some reason because I feel like that's the door they used more. But what if it was dropped off at the front? Xana went downstairs to get it, and that was when he went to Ethan and started on Ethan. And Xana could
Oh.
have swung the door closed, ran up, and didn't. Obviously, she's not going to worry about locking it or making sure it's closed okay.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but possible.
No, that's actually probably the most likely if you think about it.
No, it's not because. Now here's my argument against that. They said they spoke to the DoorDash driver, so wouldn't he have felt like something was up?
Not
Because
necessarily because
if
maybe she
Xana's
just
like,
shut it. Like maybe it wasn't like, oh, but she just kind of hurried a little bit. I mean, maybe it wasn't like that. Ooh, like she didn't freak out that much in front of them. No, and also the DoorDash just leaves it outside the door. They don't usually wait.
oh, you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he was probably long gone. And so, real quick, what article had the thing about the Wi-Fi? What was the article? Because was it the last article you sent about the 5 pieces of evidence, or which one? But okay, go ahead. Though I think that theory is wow. I think that might be right, actually. Juliet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
I
don't
mean
know.
that
It's
seems
possible.
like something to do with the DoorDash, though. I think I could see that somehow it got open because of whatever that the DoorDash was left there, and somehow whoever got it didn't shut it for some reason. They didn't shut it all the way for some reason.
But the only way that she wouldn't have really shut it all the way, being that she lives there and everything, would be if something caused her to like run upstairs or, just
But if
swing it
something was,
shut and
yeah,
she didn't care about the door closing all the way. But then that would have to be something like big.
yeah, and then how didn't Bethany hear it? How didn't Dylan hear whatever she heard? right? It would have been that loud that if you hear it down there, you would think. But I guess she was awake if they were. I don't. Wow. I'm trying to think what she could have heard. Okay, she just heard would Ethan have yelled, but then Dylan would have heard that, right? If he's yelled for her or yelled.
I wish I knew the door better
Mm.
because there's some doors that. So, like, remember I was saying before that I know I've had doors where in order to close it all the way, you have to really pull it, and then
Mm-hmm.
it's like the same sound as if someone slams the door. If it was something
Yeah.
along those lines, then he could have left through the front door and didn't want to make that loud noise. And so he just pushed it closed a little. It didn't close all the way and opened up at some point during the night.
Wait, who though?
Bryan.
Well, because we know Bryan left through the sliding door because Dylan saw him
Well, we
leave.
don't really know that, right? We saw him head towards the sliding door, I think.
Yeah, but she said she saw him, yeah, go out that way. If not, he would have had to come back in to go. He would have to pass her to go back in. So why would he? Why would he go to the sliding door and then turn around and then go back though? Right? That would seem stupid. She made it seem like that's when he left.
Unless he really didn't think anyone was like watching him, if he didn't see her at all.
Well, he didn't, but I'm saying why would he have went back in though?
What do you mean? He didn't, we don't, I'm pretty sure we don't know that he left out the sliding door. We're just assuming he did because she saw him walk towards it after he's killed the 4 people. Right? The affidavit doesn't say he opened the door and left through them. I think
Well, I think he left the house. Like she saw him, like, because you see.
I don't think it says that.
Well, let's look at it because you see how her door is like right there. So here, let's look. Because why? Okay, why would he have came back in now? I don't because the kitchen's there. There's nobody. Why would he have came back in to go down the basement to go outside though? I don't get that part. That would seem
What
that'd
do
be
you mean by come back in?
Here, let me show you the graphs of the house. What do you mean?
I don't think he left out the sliding door in this hypothetical situation.
Wait, what are we talking about? We're talking about the morning. When are we talking about?
No, I'm talking about after he killed them. What if he left out the front door?
Well, no, because okay, hold on.
I'm saying I don't think the affidavit says that he left the premises out that sliding door. I think it says she saw him walk towards that door or something like that.
Yeah, we'll read the affidavit too, but look though, that would be so I mean, that would make no sense. He's coming from here. She sees him coming from this room. Her door's right here. She sees him walk past her and go here. Where else would he go? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Unless for some reason in his head he wanted to leave out the front and he was about to leave that way and there was like, oh shit, let me leave out the front, just turned around and went down out the front.
But why would he risk? Like, why though? Why would he want to leave out the front?
I don't know.
Because didn't they think that he came in through the sliding door for some reason? I don't know why they think that,
Yeah.
but
I think we know that. I think Kaylee's dad maybe said it or something, that we know that. I don't know. Chat, do we know for sure that he came in through the sliding door? I feel like we do, but I don't know exactly how we.
all right, let's look at how the affidavit writes. I feel like they make it seem like but I mean, I guess if she just sees him go that way and then she just shuts her door, she might not know what happens, but I don't know. I still think he probably just went out because that would be stupid. So wouldn't it make more sense that maybe he just came in through the front and then went upstairs? No, because I think he was out back. I think he was parked out back waiting and looking, and then that would make sense. He'd come in through the sliding door because he's out back.
Behind the trees and stuff, you mean?
Yeah. All right, let's see how it says it when Dylan. Okay, so
this is an interesting theory that Penne Mene said. DoorDash dropped and left. Xana comes to the door. He meets her with a knife and forces her back in at knife point. The DoorDash drivers dip before you get to the door.
Oh, if he was watching the DoorDash, he watches, that would have been a perfect way to get in and just like have somebody as hostage or whatever. Or you know what I'm saying? Have control over him.
Yeah, that's what Penny is saying.
Yeah, Penny,
That's again
possibly
so risky though, because someone could be anyone on the street could kids crossing that field.
at 4 though. I don't know. Like 4 a.m. He probably is already aware. I guess it is. It was at 4 a.m. I'm trying to think if a lot of kids would be out partying that late though. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
not really, but like the possibility, I feel like that's too risky, isn't it? Also, what if she sees him in the knife and like screams with the
Yeah, that's
door open and
true.
the lights on
Yeah.
you?
No, but if he hurries up and goes in and shuts the door, oh well, no, because that's we're trying to figure out why the door is left open, huh? Never mind. Um, all right, let's see how it's worded. Let's see for so it says okay. So as far as the 4 a.m., see, this is where I'm confused because she hears. Wait, where is it? How she hears where is this? Okay. She hears, she's awakened. She hears what she thinks is Kaylee playing with her dog, which I think when I think,
Yeah,
well, that's probably when he's killing them,
them getting
right?
killed. Yeah, that's what I think.
Um, yeah, you guys made me realize that at first I was thinking that she really was playing. Okay, so that's probably what was going on up there. And then, so that's around 4 a.m. So I'm still thinking he's already in the house when the DoorDash comes. And then that's why he kills them. And then that's why somehow he runs into Ethan and Xana because the DoorDash comes and he's already in the house. So they run into each other somehow. I really feel strong about that for some reason.
I feel strong. Yeah, so do I. I feel strongly about that too because that would maybe he realized he didn't have the sheath and he was going to go back upstairs and get it or something like that, but he was thrown off by running into them, and then it just completely slipped his mind.
Yeah,
Because that's
yeah.
a really stupid mistake, but you can imagine making a stupid mistake like that if you think that these people aren't awake, and especially if he didn't even know Ethan was there, which he might not have.
Yeah, that's true. He might not have. He might not have um planned for that. So because so we're thinking, right, that it's at 4:12. Sometime after 4:12 though, I think is when he kills them, right? So what if I mean it wouldn't take though. Okay, let's say it's around let's say 4 or 5 because she says around 4 she hears what sounds like playing with the dog. So let's say like maybe like a little after 4 it would probably only take how long to kill them? You know what I'm saying? I know it's weird talking about it just feels weird saying that like that, but
No, I mean, it's okay.
yeah. So that would take like I don't think it would take like 10, 12 minutes. So do you think like it probably only take like 5 minutes, I would think, especially if they were sleeping. I think it probably took longer for Zan and Ethan because they were awake.
Yeah.
But if they were sleeping, it wouldn't take too long. So, but then Xana is still on her phone at 4:12. So did he just like wait up in the room because maybe he heard the DoorDash come and he heard like movement down there?
But then would you
Or
think you're saying this if like either Kaylee or Maddie were the targets?
yeah.
So then if he heard DoorDash and people moving around downstairs, wouldn't he wait until he could just like sneak out and get the hell out of there?
Yeah, so maybe he waited till like 4:15. Maybe he waited 10 minutes, thought, okay, I'm good. Goes down and then they come back out to like put out their trash or whatever, and he runs into them.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know. Because
And then the "can I
obviously
help you" works.
yes, yes. And approximately 4:17 is when the security camera caught the audio of what sounded like a whimper and then a loud thud. So that's probably around what time he killed them. So that's almost 17 minutes later than when Dylan heard the rustling around upstairs. So maybe something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and then that would also explain if he's caught off guard and everything, why he would make such a big mistake as to leave the sheath. I think we're onto something.
Mhm. Hey Pam, hey Socket. Yeah, I like just brainstorming in the moment like this.
Yeah,
Um,
me too.
so let's see. Well, we should go through the rest of it because maybe we'll figure out some other stuff or figure out possible theories as we're reading. Let's
let
see.
me
So,
ask Brittany. Where did I see that? She said she might have had just had TikTok open and not actively scrolling or searching. So do you guys know, because we were talking about this briefly,
yeah.
um, everyone listening or in chat, do you know if, so when they pull that information, would it, I'm thinking that like when I'm picturing like laying there on TikTok, right, on my phone, and then if I fall asleep, let's say, and my phone, the screen will like time out, like the screen will go off. That's when TikTok, in this case, would no longer be in use, right? As far as the information that the police would get? Is it when your phone goes off? Would have to be,
I
I
don't
think.
know. That's what I was
Does
asking
anyone know
you
how
when
that
we were
stuff
talking
works?
about. I don't know. Could it just be? That's what who said that originally? Yeah, Brittany. That's what I was saying to Juliet. Like, is a possibility that it was just and she was inactive and she wasn't using it, but it would still show that she was on it because she was on the app. But then you were saying about the if your phone goes off, I don't know what it does. Does that put you off a TikTok or how does that happen? Does it knock you off so it doesn't look like you're on it anymore?
So it looks like a lot of people say that theirs just keeps going and going.
Like even if
So
your phone
your phone doesn't, the screen doesn't go off? Like, you know how you could set like an iPhone, at least you could set your phone to like either go off after like 5 minutes or 30 seconds or whatever, and then the screen will go black and it'll lock. So that won't even happen when you're scrolling TikTok if you don't touch your phone. If autoplay is on, the vids will continuously play.
oh, huh.
Repeats until you go insane, Elizabeth says.
Oh, I don't know. So
That's true.
it'll
Brian
still
Harrell, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Brian Harrell says, I'm thinking she commented on a TikTok post at the time. That's why the timestamp is true. She could have like just hit like or whatever on one of them.
Oh, okay. But when you guys are saying it keeps going, what does that mean? Like if okay, she's on TikTok, the app, right? And then the phone goes on to the screen or it shuts off basically because you're usually on a timer a couple minutes or whatever. Then what do you mean it keeps going? I don't understand that what they're saying now. It keeps
Like it'll
going.
prevent your phone. Do you guys mean that it'll prevent your phone from timing out or going into, sleep mode? It'll prevent your phone screen from going black.
Oh, is that what they're meaning?
I don't know.
Because
I
I'm
fall asleep to
wondering
sometimes wake up to the same. Yeah, wow.
if it goes on to sleep. Oh, you're really? You wake up and it's still, huh? Unless if are you sure you have your phone set where it never goes on sleep mode, maybe. But what if? Oh, that's what. Look, Derps, or is that not the person that said it? Hey, Mrs. Kurt Cobain. My phone thinks. Oh, mine won't go off if I'm watching a video because my. But oh yeah, so but I mean if TikToks are short, so we'll just keep playing the next video though. But
It'll keep playing
anyway,
the same one.
besides
They're
that
saying
though,
it's
besides
terrible.
that, oh, that's right. That's what TikTok does. It keeps playing the same one. You're right. But we have a time right here though, guys, 4:17. So, because if are we talking about this because we're trying to say like, well, he could have killed him before, but then what about this audio at 4:17? And then he leaves at 4:20. We know the camera catches him at 4:20. Dylan sees him leave. So coming from that way, and then 4:20 he would have had to just kill him. I'm sure he didn't just hang out in the room for a while. So I still think he had to just like sit up there. Depending on how accurate Dylan is, approximately 4 a.m. Maybe her approximate is like 4:10 or 4:05. I guess it could be.
Yeah,
You know
it
what
could
I'm
be.
saying? So maybe he didn't sit up there. I don't know, but I think 4:17 is a good guess on when he killed Xana and Ethan. If that audio is indeed that, which the law
Hmm.
enforcement thinks it, right? They're
Yeah.
making it so. Yeah. Okay. when you open up the screen. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking even if it does go into sleep mode and you're still on the app, it might still show you being on the app. That's what I was kind of asking. I don't know, but
Yeah, I
what
don't
do you
know
guys
either.
think? But either way, we have that 417 one. So I think it's, yeah, I think that's probably around the time. And somebody sent me, so the person that sent me that video with the turkey show or whatever, can you send me like a timestamp? Because it's like a almost 40-minute video. Is there like a timestamp on when the caller calls in that we could watch just like that part? Because I won't be able to go through it right now as I'm on live and find it. But I would like to play it if there's like a call that's interesting. It says, so the title is caller close to Bryan Kohberger case calls in with stunning new details.
What was that?
It's somebody calls into a show, but it's 40 minutes, so I'm trying to get a timestamp on whoever sent it to me. Could be interesting. It was from 2 days ago. I don't know. Did Stacy ever answer me though about Stacy? Did you ever answer me which article is the one about the Wi-Fi and the Steve? Because I want to talk about that too. Did you hear the interview where he says that, Juliet, where Steve says that
No.
Brian's phone?
Remind me. It sounds familiar.
The basic, I haven't seen it yet. So Stacy sent me an article. I'm trying to find which article it is. That Brian's phone try to connect to their Wi-Fi a few times. When though? Wait, when? I got to see this interview. Can somebody send it to me? Yeah.
When he was there the other times, I guess.
Yeah.
Or in the area, I should say, the other times, because how big is that area, I wonder? And they said his phone pinged in the area 12 other times or something like that.
Yeah.
Area meaning what exactly? Because that makes a big difference in my opinion.
Yes. Well, it says, okay, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see color. Well, here's, okay, here. Let me share this real quick. So here's that
connect. If his phone used it to connect to their Wi-Fi, then he would have to be, I could sense what range that would be, but
yeah,
the phone pinging, I don't know how that stuff works.
No, I'm asking Danny. I have the one of, I have the actual video. I'm trying to get a timestamp of the caller that calls in. It's actually not T-Reps. It's that turkey show, but I'm trying to get, it's 40 minutes, so I'm trying to get a timestamp. But let's go over.
Stacy's talking about, she said it's at the end.
Yeah, you found it? I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
So it just says, but there's actually an interview, but I'm not sure. Steve did so many interviews. I don't know which interview. Oh, I guess it would be Fox probably, right? So let's see. It says, aside from the fact that he would have to explain why, or could he contend he was in the particular cell area, but not actually near the victim's house? So I guess they asked him that. And Steve said, aside from the fact that he would have to explain why in the middle of the night he was regularly in an area 10 miles from his home, there is this. Okay, here it is. According to a recent interview, Steve, the father of the victim, Kaylee, this Kohberger at times was so close to the victim's house, his phone was picked up by their Wi-Fi. So, how is he going to argue that, right? Like, I was shopping, or like, is there any
like one time? Or let me scroll up again.
I don't know. That's why I want to find the original article. It doesn't say that, the Wi-Fi thing. I don't think.
Oh, at the bottom, right?
Right here.
Is that what you just read?
Yeah.
Kohberger at times was so close to the victim's house, his phone was picked up by the Wi-Fi.
So it said it was. Wow. So, wait, how does it say at times? Okay, Kohberger at times. Yeah, it makes it seem like it was more than once then, right? But it was so close to the victim's house. And then what is he going to say, like, why he was there that morning, like in the area, which like you said, though, I wonder though, because there are some pings that can get you so exact. If you know the Valo case, which I was surprised, where they were able to freaking not only say the house, but say the area of the yard that somebody was in that case.
Wow.
They got it so specific. So I wonder, but not all the time though. They're not always able to do that. So at least it doesn't come out in cases where it's like they'll just say in the area or whatever. And if they were able to pinpoint it more, I'm sure it would be in the case, right? In the discovery. So that's the only one I've seen that was so close and specific. But
yeah, and it depends on the location.
I don't know if this one, if they're going to be able to, but considering if the Wi-Fi picked up that part, but the 9 one, like in the morning when he went back, like wonder if they're going to be able to get it close enough that they know that, okay, he was really close to the house. Like he would, or he was just in a 10-mile radius. I don't know.
Right. Or even like a half-mile radius wouldn't be weird. It would be a little weird, but not as weird.
That's true.
Jessica Hogan says 2 minutes, 50 seconds is a timestamp for that.
Okay, video. Thanks. All right, let's do it. Let's listen. You want to?
Yeah.
All right.
Hi, Tasha.
What's up, Tasha? A little late to the party. So glad to see you live. I'll have something to listen to at work early in the morning. Hi, Tiff, Juliet, and chat. Aw, cool. Yeah. All right, so let me play that part of the video. Wait, what was the timestamp? Now I forget.
2 minutes. Hang on. 2 minutes, 50 seconds, I think. No. Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. 50 seconds, 50.
Okay. All right, let me share my screen real quick. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Let me actually, I'll try to share my whole screen and hopefully it won't like echo. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Right. Cool, I think we're good. Okay. All right, so let me take that off the screen just real quick. Well, okay, so this is the drunk turkey show. You said 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Is that what you said? All right, let's see. So yeah, drunk turkey show. I don't think I ever. I don't know if I ever watched them. Let's see.
That athlete's social media page, traced who his girlfriend was, and traced who her friends were, and it all came back. It all aligned. They are roommates, the girlfriend and the boyfriend, and everything checked out on that aspect. And so on the weekend of November 13th, this is the weekend of the incident, Kim and her husband were out in Pullman, Washington, because it was WSU's parent weekend, right? And so they were actually there at in the city there. The following day, on the 13th, they end up getting a notice of stay in shelter around 5 p.m. Kim stated she called her daughter, and her daughter told her that she was aware of the situation and that she had gotten information about the situation as early as 10 a.m. that morning. That is approximately 2 hours prior to the 911 phone call that had gone out. What she had stated was that her daughter lived or is part of Greek Row, and that her roommate, because of her association with her boyfriend, who is an athlete.
Guys, I'm going to skip until we hear a caller.
And the victims of the house. She also stated that she.
Wait, is he talking? Am I missing something? Wait, I was just waiting for like a caller, or is he just talking about what the caller said? Because I was like zoning out.
Oh,
because is that what he's
Jessica
doing?
says that's part 2. She's going to get part 1 and send it to you through email.
Okay,
it's the same video as 2 parts, so it's part.
So, but are we?
Part 1.
Is he just going to summarize what the caller said, or are we looking for the caller actually calling in and hearing the caller? So just so I know what to look for.
I'm not sure, but she just emailed it to you.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Watch caller. Okay. Where does this start?
242, someone's saying, or 250.
This one?
So the timestamp was right. It just was the other part.
Oh, okay,
It was part of
cool.
What's up, our turkey detectives? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome back to the drum.
All right. All right, let's do this. So 2. Oh, wait. Why did I go backwards? All right.
The Drunk Turkey Show. I know you called a couple times, so I wanted to return.
I did call a couple of times. I just really feel it's important that anybody who's listening who's got kids over there or lives over there to know that don't just think because this guy's behind bars right now that it's all done and it's safe, because it's really not. The case is still ongoing. The investigation is still ongoing, and pretty active. And I have 2 kids over there. It's scary, terrifying actually. And I get they got to catch the guys, but the lack of transparency is wild. Right. And I have been told that I'm not to speak, but you know what? I'm a mom. Put me in jail. Like whatever. I'm not going to stop speaking if I don't think my kids are safe. And I honestly do not believe they're safe. And this guy, he's a monster, no doubt. I have no doubt. But there's so many other areas in this case that are just not being told, nor should they have to be. But you have to guarantee, if I call a police officer and ask if my kid is safe and they can't guarantee me that, that's a problem. And that's what's happening. Right. And they're over their heads. 100% Moscow is over their heads. And I'll say that to them. But this guy could get off. This attorney is better than good. If you want an attorney to get you out, she will. And so will their forensic investigator. And I'm not saying he's brilliant. I don't think he is. I think he's a monster. He's an animal. But and he did know those girls. And we have a substantial and significant, and I say this on the record, and I'm not alleging it, I'm a parent, and I've been dealing with it now for 2 years. I pay $50,000 a year for this stuff. And I'll tell you what, there is a drug problem, a significant drug problem. There's a Greek road problem. And I've got kids on Greek road, right? So I'm coming from a place of knowing, and I just want people to just have a conversation with the kids. You are not safe. Just because the guy's behind bars does not make you safe, right?
Here's the thing, it don't matter where you live.
I mean, I sent my kids to school with tasers. That's weird.
Yeah. No, I noticed your what state you were calling from, and I know that it was. It looks like it was fairly close to where this could have taken place. You having kids.
Wait, what? You're saying that there's nothing important? Is that what? There's nothing is said in this call. In part 2, just a summary of. So you're saying there's nothing in both parts? Anybody that's seen this?
I think I think her actual call in is what we're watching now, but she doesn't talk about how her kid in the sorority or whatever knew about it early in the morning. But I think that's what we're looking for with this, right? I think that what
knew
they're
about
saying.
What early in the morning? What?
So the reason why we're playing this caller is because she was the one who said that the kids on the campus knew about the murder early in the morning. Like, because Dylan or Bethany called people way earlier
and said there was they said that there was a murder. You mean they knew that early?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah.
But okay. Anybody that's listened to this, is that true that she doesn't say anything in this call then? Because this one, Melanie saying this call is interesting. So
yeah, no, I think we should listen to it either way. But I think what's going on is that this guy, whose show it is, calls her back another time, and then he recaps his conversation in part 2.
Because he didn't have it recorded.
Right, I think so.
Oh.
And that's the part where she talks about how her kids knew before police. But we could listen to this also because I think it's short anyway, right?
31 minutes, but is it the whole call? I don't know.
I can't imagine.
Okay, we'll listen to a little bit more and see. And if it seems like it's going to be the whole 31 minutes, I don't know if we'll listen to all 31 minutes. But does anybody know? Is it the whole 31? Thanks, Lisa Happy One. I like that name, Lisa Happy One. Oh, thank you for joining. Play it. Okay, let's play it. Yeah, and we'll just play it by ear and see. Oh, she just puts her theories. So, what do you think, Julie? Just play a little bit and then see where it goes. Play it by ear, kind of. Because I'm thinking it's the whole
I'm
31
curious.
minutes, though. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Kids that are currently, going, near there, that would be scary. I would be scared, and I understand where your fear comes from, and this probable cause. And I've heard this as well about the lawyer that is defending Bryan, and her team that has come in already, and I'm assuming based on the fact that because of the nature of the crime, the degree and the penalty that is involved, that the courts only had a few options as far as who can defend him, and that she was well aware of that early on, and that's why she got to work right away. I mean, she stopped the cleaning, she stopped a lot of things, and
she stopped quite a few things. She's already asked for all of their evidence. She wants that. She asked for that today, and then to have the seal of the. I don't know. I kind of do know, but it's so this is over a state line, so there's no reason the feds can't get involved now.
Right.
Because it's cross state lines. And right. And I don't think, and I'll honestly be honest, because I don't think it was his knife. I think it was the guy who SWAT killed December 15th night.
Right. There was a incident at WSU involving a guy who was threatening to cause harm, unalive, and we'll use that term, his roommates. Right. And he had to have been taken out by lethal means by the SWAT team. And
correct.
I'll be honest with you. I went and looking for information on that case, and I found out his name and who he was. And this guy was an older guy. He was in his above, I think it was
38.
30s, like in the upper 30s.
PTSD, right? Military PTSD.
Right.
He also is in UI Tech. He works for the University of Idaho Tech Department.
Wow. And
Tech was down that night. So when they're saying they're getting pings or whatever, first of all, he'd been in the house before a plethora of times. He was an invited guest into that home before. And I do know this because, well, obviously I'm here now, and what are they going to do? My daughter, because we knew it. My daughter knew at 10 a.m. It was Parents' Weekend the weekend it occurred, and so we went to get my daughter for breakfast, and then and my son to go to breakfast and go to whatever grocery shopping or whatever before we left. And on the way home, we get this alert. It was like 5 o'clock. We come over to the other side of the mountain. Our kids are about 6 hours away, and so we came home. And we get this alert, and I called my daughter, and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And she's like, "Oh, I already know, Mom. I knew that this morning, like around 10." I'm like, "How did you know?" And so, anyway, as it all comes out,
wait, I just missed that. Did she just say that? What happened?
She said my daughter knew at 10 a.m.
They weren't.
Let me rewind that again. Wow.
Then we found out somebody was not telling the truth, so we had to call back and. Shopping or whatever before we left, and on the way home we get this alert. It was like 5 o'clock. We come over to the other side of the mountain. Our kids are about 6 hours away, and so we came home and we get this alert, and I called my daughter, and I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And she's like, "Oh, I already know, Mom. I knew that this morning, like around 10." I'm like, "How did you know?" And so anyway, as it all comes out, I immediately called the FBI and told them every bit of information I had been given from my daughter and her roommate for them. They weren't there, but then we found out somebody was not telling the truth, so we had to call back, and other information has come out because I spend Christmas I pressed my kids to the wall for every bit of information they possibly could have, because people didn't have children at Christmas. Like, it's beyond words. It's beyond, I can't. But at any rate, so the kids, but they think the guys behind bars now, and they're good. And the fact is, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a huge problem. It's a problem on Greek Row, and it's a problem with Sigma Chi, and there are 10 student deaths at U of I since May.
Oh, wow.
That's an extraordinary amount. I don't know the count, but I will tell you this. Every time when we go to campus, quite a bit, we watch the games or whatever and participate in our kids' lives there. And
oh, thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Lula Bellis, thank you. I think he left the sheath for a signature K-bar killer for his initials. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Huh. Thank you for the super chats, guys. Oh, playback speed? Wait, why is it sped up? Wait, is it?
So you had said, didn't you say one time that you listen to things sped up all the time, so you can't tell when it is and when it isn't?
Yeah, that when I watch YouTube, like most of the time I do have it on double speed. Yeah, why is so it is, and I just didn't even realize.
It is, but I actually didn't realize until other people pointed it out.
Yeah, because I normally do watch them like that, but I don't think wait, is it because my settings are still, no, mine are normal, so he just sped it up, I guess, to replay it, because he probably cut this out of his live, I'm sure, right? Just the call. You know what I'm saying? And then he
Yeah,
how
yeah,
you clip
maybe.
it out. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Soul. Yes, I will get that. All right. So well, is that basically all though? She talks about the daughter thing. I don't know. Let's see. I might only listen to a couple more minutes. And then the summary, we kind of already heard though. Is there much more in the summary? I mean, we heard that her daughter knew before. Do we really need to hear the summary? What do you think, Juliet?
I mean, it's a separate conversation. I think that he summarizes, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think the main point was that she knew ahead of time because
I would like to hear his summary of the.
You want me to skip to that?
Spoke.
Yeah, you want to do that now?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, yeah, okay. Or did you want to listen to more? To that?
No, I'm good with hearing the other part that we started playing.
Okay. All right, yeah, let's do the summary. Now, was the summary like from the beginning? Let's see.
We've come a long way, and it's all because of you guys that watch and comment, and we appreciate you.
And thank you again.
So we had a call come in the other day. We released that call, and a lot of questions and concerns have come out of it. Now, the person that called us in stated that she was, had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and that they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation. Now, all we released yesterday was the phone call that came in. There was certain validation that needed to be done in order for us to, one, to even put that video out, and two, to make a second video out. And we were able to do so. I also want to comment on the fact that I did speed up her audio. I sped up everybody's audio or the entire call just so that it was a little bit quicker. I apologize if it was too fast. She wasn't on anything. I saw the comments. It was sped up. I did put in the comment section, and I'll put it in again, the timestamp and the show that was the original call was on. But she called us. Her name was Kim, and she had called a couple of times, so I called her back. She was from Washington State, and her last name looked familiar as far as I believe I had seen it come up in this case before. So that was the main reason why I wanted to call her back. I noticed the proximity of where she was calling from and then the last name. Now, what she had told me was that she had two students or children that were students at WSU. One was in law, one was taking a different major, and that the daughter, one was a son, one was a daughter. The daughter had a roommate whose boyfriend is I don't want to say star athlete, but he is an athlete within one of the programs at the University of Idaho. I'm not going to put any names or anything like that because of the fact that some of these people still attend this school, and I don't want anybody going and attacking them for whatever it is that comes forward. And so what I was able to do and find was I was able to locate that athlete's social media page, trace who his girlfriend was, and trace who her friends were, and it all came back, it all aligned. They are roommates, the girlfriend and the boyfriend, and everything checked out on that aspect. And so on the weekend of November 13th, this is the weekend of the incident, Kim and her husband were out in Pullman, Washington, because it was WSU's parent weekend, right? And so they were actually there at in the city there. The following day, on the 13th, they end up getting a notice of stay in shelter around 5 p.m. Kim stated she called her daughter, and her daughter told her that she was aware of the situation and that she had gotten information about the situation as early as 10 a.m. that morning. That is approximately 2 hours prior to the 911 phone call that had gone out. What she had stated was that her daughter lived or is part of Greek Row, and that her roommate, because of her association with her boyfriend, who is an athlete at the University of Idaho, was familiar with not just Greek and Greek Row in Moscow, Idaho, but with the victims of the house. She also stated that this guy was associated and at least an acquaintance of Jack and Adam. And so that's how close this conversation was. Mm-hmm. And so apparently at about 10 a.m., they got word of a quadruple homicide that occurred at that residence. Now, this is a small town. This is rural Idaho. It's not Baltimore, where there's a lot of people around and a bunch of, the community is large. This is a small community. I can almost assure you, because we come from a community probably roughly the same size. News travels fast, and sometimes faster than when it comes to the police. Yeah, now, definitely. Steve Goncalves and their family had a report, or not a report. They came out on a podcast here recently. Can't remember. It's Olivia. I apologize, Olivia. Where they told them that residents of the city of, or students of Moscow or University of Idaho had contacted them to let them know that there was a situation well before the police did, and that they were aware and calling in and etc. So apparently in the wee early morning hours of November 13th, according to Kim, calls started going out from the surviving roommates to Pi Beta Phi. Sorry if I broke that.
Close enough.
Yeah. I apologize. We didn't attend any universities too. This Greek stuff's a little bit new to me. So Pi Beta Phi, who was, I believe, Maddie's and I think one of the roommates sorority that they were associated with, that they got a call from the house, and those were the individuals that were summoned to the home for somebody that was unconscious on the second floor. According to Kim, this was a house that was known as a drug house, a place where you can go pick up drugs, specifically Molly, and that this was common knowledge. This wasn't something that was found out after the fact by her daughter. Her daughter stated that she was aware of that house being a party house, that house being a house where you can score some Molly or whatnot, and a house that was well known. Now, one thing I'll say about this house is that there was a lot of turnover there. There was a lot of students that were moving in and out. Kaylee and Madison, I'm not entirely sure how long they were living in that house, but from my understanding, I think this was their first semester there. I could be wrong, but you can correct me. I know you guys will in the comment section. Correct me if I am. But, there was a lot of turnover. There was a report earlier of a guy who lived in that same house that stated how you can hear things throughout the house. He recently had lived there. And so early on in this investigation, the police came out saying that this was a targeted situation, that they weren't sure if this targeted was the people inside the house or the house itself. And if that house at one point, maybe it's not, again, currently or wasn't currently used as a house where you can score some drugs. At one point, it apparently was. Does this all make sense to you guys so far?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's that makes sense.
All right. So, according to Kim and her daughter, the sorority girls got a phone call early in the morning, and that's kind of when the rumors started, because they showed up, that there was an incident and that there was a situation there, and that's how it kind of spread out throughout town. Apparently, the roommates had called. And this is speculation on their part as well, to clean up, maybe perhaps take out some of the narcotics that were in the house out before the cops were called. Yeah. Is that what you guys gathered from her?
Yeah. I felt like that's exactly what she was saying, that they went up there they were called to pretty much get rid of all the illegal substances.
Yeah.
That's the theory, that that's why they took so long to call. for help.
Right.
No.
Now, also, everybody, the Kim had reported all this to the FBI. This is not something that is not known.
Wow, how many illegal substances were there that it took that long to get rid of them? I kind of like zoned out a little bit because I was messaging and stuff. So I not zoned out, but I missed like a little bit before that. Did he say? Okay, he just said basically they wanted to get rid of it.
So it would be if the daughter said, if that lady's daughter said she knew at like 10.
Okay.
Let's say it's
Oh,
like
okay.
10:30. It could be really just like an hour because they called it 11:58, right?
You're right. Yes, you're right.
That's still, I mean, I would think it would take 10 minutes to clean something up real quick, but
well, by the time people come over and then get it, maybe search through the house, make sure they have everything. But does that mean that they knew? I mean, that they like Dylan knew everybody? I mean, like, did she go up to Kaylee's room? Did they say? Did I miss that? They were just getting illegal substances in whose room now?
oh, I don't know.
Did they say, or just in their own rooms?
I think in the house.
Yeah, but does that mean they went upstairs and like did they see Kaylee and Maddie and did they go into Xana's room to look for stuff or just like in the living room? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I guess we don't know. I guess, well, at that point, they probably, well, so if they knew about Ethan and Xana, they probably, and they didn't know about Kaylee and Maddie, they would probably run to go get Kaylee and Maddie.
Yeah. So
how do you have the sound mind? Well, I don't know.
wait, what?
I'm just thinking like to hide, if hypothetically, like in this hypothetical situation where they're hiding drugs first, like wouldn't that either have to be like a lot of drugs that are going to directly point back to you or something like big for you to have 4 of your friends murdered unexpectedly and you still take time hypothetically to clear drugs out of the house?
And did they say Dylan or did they say both roommates? Because I missed some of it trying to messaging. Oh, thanks, Ryan. Banana Nana for Fana Fee Fi for Fana Nana. That's cute.
You're so easily entertained. Everyone sends super chats of just like phonetic singing of silly songs.
Cute.
It is cute though with the little smile.
Oh, was that for Xana? Did that start out with Xana, right? Is that Xana's?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Okay, so back to
either way, I like it.
Since I was kind of like, so I'm bad at multitasking sometimes. If I'm like messaging, comment and stuff, or reading comments, I was missing some of what he said. Did he specifically name any of the names? Did he say Dylan and Bethany, or was it just Dylan that was trying to
I don't think I heard any of it.
Let's see.
I don't think I heard any names. He might have just said like the roommates or something, or maybe I was zoning out also.
I know. You were in chat, when you're in chat, it's hard to listen.
I can't multitask for shit.
Well, especially if you're really reading the comments and then how can you sit there and absorb what you're reading and then hear something?
Some people can do that though. I can't.
At the same time. But I think you'd have to go back and forth. Your brain can't hear 2 things at once and absorb them both, can it?
Mine can't.
I can't. Like I can't be reading and hearing something exactly the same time.
I guess it does go back and forth. Yeah, if it goes back and forth quickly enough, it could feel like you're doing both briefly, but it's not going to last.
Yeah. So I think so. Oh, thanks, Ryan. Ryan, another one. X was sold at Kaylee's, but the stash. Wait. X was sold at Kaylee's, but the stash and owners of the X were the frat boys across the street, allegedly. Wait, what? Hold on. X was sold at Kaylee's, but the stash owners of the X were the frat boys across the street, allegedly. Okay. So it was a big operation. Like I'm with you, Juliet, that I think there was a lot they're talking about here. Because if it was just a little bit recreationally and you know what I'm saying, it was just from like, oh,
even still though, like I feel like in that state of mind, wouldn't you be like, well, that's the frat boys' fault for stashing their shit here. I'm calling the cops because my friends were just murdered.
Well, no, they're not thinking right. Yeah, that'd be the right thing to
Not
do.
even blaming the frat boys. I'm just saying in that moment, I think that you would not, unless it directly ties back to you and you know that you're going to spend like
Yeah.
a lot of time in jail for sure or something like that, that there has to be more of a motivation to go through doing all that
You,
after just finding out that the four were murdered.
no, but if I'm just looking at, I don't know if that's true, but I'm looking at them having a lot of drugs in the house, basically. It don't matter where they came from. Everybody lies when it comes to drugs. It's always somebody else's. Oh, no, that was somebody else's. I was holding it from them. Oh, that was somebody else's. They left it here. Cops do not believe you because everybody tries to lie about drugs. You know what I'm saying? Oh, somebody else put it there. So but I'm saying, I think it's showing that there was a lot of drugs in the house, right? Probably.
If this is true, I would
That's
think there would have to
true.
be
This
a
is
lot,
allegedly, 'cause it's
a
just a
lot of like
car.
serious drugs in the house. I still can't picture it.
But let's go back to what that means then. That means that if they're going through looking for the drugs, that means that Dylan saw all the bodies, right? Like she saw everybody because think about it. I don't think the doors were locked. I don't think Kaylee and Maddie's door was locked because Ryan left. So he had to go out the door. I don't see him like depending on how the locks are to lock up behind him. I don't even know if that would work depending on if they even have locks on the door. Well, no, I guess they do because Dylan said she locked her door. But anyway, so the door was probably open. If they go upstairs to look for drugs, unless if their main stash that was a lot is like they know exactly where it's at and it's not, they don't have to go through the house. But why say unconscious person and why not say murder then? If Dylan's aware of the murders, why did they report it like that then? Why wouldn't they say there's been a murder?
Person thing? Yeah, that I can't.
That makes no sense. So did they see everybody?
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, those two things can't exist at once. The state of mind to get rid of things before the cops come and to be so shaken up that you're not clear on 911 and they have to just put it in as a unconscious person.
Yeah, that she faints and stuff, like passes out.
Even if she doesn't faint, but if she's like, oh my God, my roommate's on the floor, or if she just sees Ethan's legs or something like that and doesn't go in. He's on the floor, or was he alive? And she's like, I don't know, I don't want to go in, blah, blah, blah. And then she like drops the phone. They would send probably an unconscious person, or they would put it in as an unconscious person.
Okay, so maybe that's possible, I guess. But I mean,
but she wouldn't be that worked up calling 911 if she had the peace of mind to go through the house. Like,
well, unless if she just wanted to act appropriate, you know what I'm saying, and then just fake it, kinda.
I don't know. I can't picture the drug thing. I really can't.
So you think this might not even be true?
I think it could be true that house, like people would buy drugs from that house.
But you don't think that they called and they got rid of stuff and it was like 10 o'clock when they realized that something was not right?
I don't know.
I always wonder, why did they call the house first? Like, why did they do that? So this makes kind of sense why they did. The fraternity, like, why did they call? It was wait, what is it for? So why didn't they just call 911 themselves? So that kind of makes sense, right? Because they were having them come over to get rid of stuff, to take it with them probably. So when the cops came, they didn't find it. Even though they're kids, though, they don't know how it's going to work. Even though realistically, well, maybe not. Never mind. Well, I take that
unless there's some real like hard, rough people that. I mean, obviously, we don't know the roommates. But so, like, let's say if like Dylan's, this is completely hypothetical. Dylan's boyfriend, hypothetically, is a serious, hardened criminal, drug dealer.
Oh, hardened criminal, but it does seem like
hypothetically.
Okay,
I'm making this up. Let's just say Dylan wakes up, sees at least one murdered person, freaks out. Her instinct is to call her boyfriend. Her boyfriend, who is a hardened, serious drug dealing criminal, says, don't you dare call 911. I'm coming by to get the stuff.
Oh,
And then maybe he makes a few calls. Because really what I'm having difficulty with is I can't see Dylan making that decision to not call 911 right away.
I can't either, but I'm saying maybe we don't know.
But
You know what I'm saying? Maybe we just don't
maybe she
know.
called one other person first who
Not as, but or yeah, that theory makes sense too. She calls her boyfriend right away. That's the first person she calls, and then that was his decision. Yeah, I could see that. But we don't know anything about Dylan. What if she really isn't that good of a person?
What if she is a real
would?
hardened criminal or
I
something?
mean, not a hardened queen, but she isn't as
No, she
good.
could be
Like,
though, is my point. We don't know.
what do you mean hardened criminal? Does she, I don't think she has like a criminal background. You know what I'm saying?
Never got caught doing anything.
Yeah, so maybe she's.
We don't know what her personality. Oh, we've seen her on social media though, right? Have we?
I mean, you've seen a couple TikToks. I haven't seen much of her. Maybe I might have to look into her a little bit. But yeah, that theory makes a lot of sense though. Her calling her boyfriend and her boyfriend the one, and it's maybe his drugs or something.
Yeah, and he's not as close with her roommates.
Yeah, and he's like, no, you wait. We got to get this out because not only you get in trouble, but you lose all the product. Because what if they take it? And then you lose all that money too.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking like a criminal, guys. I know that's insensitive. I wouldn't do that. I would.
No, this is all insensitive.
Yeah.
Just hypothetically spitballing.
Wait, what's to say? Do you guys also remember the talk in the beginning about don't be afraid to come forward because of illegal activities? Oh,
yeah,
I thought that was the Kylie. I remember that in the Kylie case.
Yeah, no, they did it for this one too, but also that could be just attributed to like underage drinking, which is like everywhere.
That's true.
So like if there was someone who was 19 or 20 at a bar and they saw Ethan and Xana drive by and they wanted to say, oh, they drove by this place at this time, but they were like, oh, I can't call in and tell them that because I was at a bar and I'm 20. They didn't want that stuff to happen. So I think they would have said that either way, but it is interesting because I wonder. Yeah, I think they would have said it either way because of the college environment.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree on that. Okay, let's see what else. If they were involved, of course they would worry about the drugs, wouldn't you? Especially if you knew the cops were coming. It's unconscious person. Wait, I heard from the video that they reported it as unconscious person to get police respond faster. I know it doesn't make sense. Wouldn't a homicide get them to respond faster? I mean, really? You think like a murder over unconscious person? I mean, who do you? I don't know if that necessarily. I mean, I guess because it would be more critical to get to the unconscious person because
I think it would be about the same. You would just get way more people if it was a homicide.
Yeah. Maybe that's another reason they didn't do that because they didn't want to talk. Like, well, eventually you would get it. I don't know. I just want to know: did Dylan go upstairs? I mean, did she know like that it was a murder, or did she really think it was an unconscious thing? And didn't it come to her head about what she saw the night before? Like after she sees. Wait a minute. Okay, so we know Xana was on the floor, it says. Ethan was in the room. I don't know where he was. But Stacy actually is in the process of sending me. Let me see if she did. Yes. So we have to read this. Okay, so Stacy sent me this video that is in reference to about Ethan. So I want to watch it. So supposedly, hold on. Let me ask her real quick if it's after or before. I need to know if it's after or before. Stacey, are you still in chat? Can you just text me? Is the video after the affidavit came out? I just need to know that real quick because I feel like in my head that's super important. If this is, I don't know, it's just super important to me. So just answer that real quick and then I'll set it up of what we're going to be watching. But I just want to know. I guess I could check on myself. You sent it to me, huh? Hold on, let me see. So should we watch? Okay, should I play any more of this? I feel like I almost want to rewind a little bit because I missed the before stuff. What do you think?
Or
no?
I could go either way. I think I'm
good.
Good with it. Yeah, I don't know how I feel. I need it. Let it settle, marinate a little.
Should I play any more of it?
you want, go
All
ahead.
right.
To the FBI. She in fact told us that there is a Idaho State Police officer assigned to themselves for their accounts and what they had said. And so according to Pam's daughter and what she gathered from her roommate, who was pretty close to the situation, that these both surviving roommates had seen 3 people outside the house at one point. And they described one person as a creepy person, or as a creepy guy. That creepy guy is who ended up making entry into the house. Now, they were only aware of one person being visually seen inside the house. But again, this is speculation. Speculate that there was more than one person that went in. It may have been 2 as one waited outside. Which kind of makes a little bit of sense if there was more than one person. Reason being is, if we were to pull up the map here, initially the first time that Bryan is spotted on camera, or allegedly spotted on camera, is at 3:26 a.m. traveling westbound on the 700 block of Indian Hills.
Oh, I want to go over the Google Maps too on that. I meant to do it last time and I
had resided it. I was curious as to why he would be going this direction so far out. He was seen going southbound and in and around Pullman around 247. Had he left and gone directly to this house here, or this neighborhood, he should have gotten there probably around 310, 305, somewhere around there. And so there's about a 15, 20-minute window there that's unaccounted for. You know, we questioned as to why he would be in this neighborhood. Perhaps he was picking somebody up that lived in this neighborhood. A lot of you guys in the comment section stated that if you're up here on this part of the street here, you have a pretty good view of the police department, which you do, right up here. Now, maybe perhaps that he came, stopped, wanted to see the activity that was coming out from the police department before he made his way out there. That's quite possible. I just find it like odd as far as the time goes, because at 3:26 he's here. At 3:28, 2 minutes later, he's seen traveling across the highway on Steiner towards the residence. And so he went from this address directly, and at 3:29 he's spotted in front of the home. So he went from this address directly to the house out of this neighborhood. Now, does that give you enough time to stop, take a view of the police department, understand what's going on, know what's happening? Now, the other thing,
well, he's saying at 3, this is before the murders. I'm confused why that. Why would he be watching the police department before the murders? Right? Isn't he saying when they were spotted him like at 3 going to the house?
I didn't hear. I was paying attention.
Yeah, he's saying 3, but that's before the murder. So I would say if it was after, you'll be watching the police, but before, why would you? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense. Need coffee.
Go make some. But wait, you have to. There's this video I'm gonna play that should be interesting. I haven't watched it yet. Do you want to?
Hang on one second. My earphone died.
Do you want to go make coffee, charge your earphone? I'll wait to play that so you could see it, or no? Oh, maybe she can't hear me. She probably can't hear me. I'm gonna wait. Because I want to ask her.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you repeat what you said? Do I want to make coffee?
I said, do you want to go make coffee, charge your earphone real quick before I play this video, another video because I think I want you to see it. Stacy kind of told me what was in it, and it should be interesting. So do you want to do that real quick, and I'll wait to play that one?
Yeah, that sounds good.
But wait, are you wanting to listen to the rest of this though? You could probably listen to it while you're making coffee, huh? If we watch a little bit more of this.
Yes, I'll still be listening.
Okay. Do you want to make coffee? Just stay on and just mute it or whatever, and go make coffee if you want.
Okay.
I mean, mute your mic or whatever, or however you want to do it.
BRB.
All right. Okay. You guys don't leave though, because there's this interesting video that I haven't watched it yet, but from what Stacy said was on it, I definitely want to discuss it with you, but I'm gonna wait, like I said, so Juliet can hear it. But let's watch a little bit of
thing
this.
that I could possibly think of is maybe perhaps 3 o'clock, 3:30 is shift change. Maybe he's wanting to see if all the police officers are back in. Knows he's probably got about a 20-minute window to do something. Because that's roughly about the time that that shift change would take. Now that's if their shift changes like at 4 in the morning, 3:30. Who knows? But he's coming in from this direction versus, Washington coming in from this direction. Perhaps he dropped somebody off. The other thing is he was pinged at 4:48, about 10 minutes south of Moscow. So had he left here at 4:20 as indicated, as he was seen on Wilunta Drive at a high rate of speed, he should have been around here around.
I'm going by my memory of that night. What is he talking about though? Because I thought the first ping on the way back was at 4:20 a.m. Am I missing something here? I feel like he's getting his times all wrong. Unless is he talking about another day? Can somebody help me figure out why okay, he's talking about 3 because he comes around like a little after 3:20 is when he starts. It comes into the area, but like I said, the cops don't even know to come because the murder didn't happen yet. And then now he's saying 4:18 he's seen on the camera. I thought the first time he was picked up as he was leaving the house was 4:20. And from the affidavit. So what day is he talking about here? This doesn't make any sense. It's not the phone. No, it's not the phone. I'm talking about the cameras. So I don't even know. I was planning on doing the Google Maps myself. So actually I'm going to skip this because I want to do it and I'm going to like zoom in and I want to go then bring up the affidavit and then show exactly where he was with the timestamps. Because I think I'm just confused on this. I think he's talking about maybe a different day. Maybe I'm hoping because if not, I think he got his timings a little mixed up. Unless I'm just not understanding what he's saying. I don't know. Okay. Oh, Jessica, thank you. Okay. That makes sense. So she's saying he was supposedly watching for a shift change so he would know when he would want to go do it. Okay. I see. I could see that. But what about this 4:18 thing? He just said 4:18 he was seen. I swear it was 4:20 was the first time he was seen leaving. Where did he get the 4:18? Did I miss the 4:18? But that does make sense. I'm glad you told me, Jessica, because I was like so confused. I'm like, wait, 3? Okay. On cam for it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. On camera. Brian, that's the only thing we have. We don't have a self tower ping because his phone was turned off at the time. So that's what I'm saying. The only thing we have is the camera as far as at that time. So, oh well. I mean, it makes sense about at least the 3 o'clock thing because I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. Okay. All right. No, it does make sense. That's what I'm saying. Once she explained it, it makes sense. But the 4:18 thing doesn't because let me play and see. Maybe he didn't say 4:18. Maybe I just misheard.
So there's about a 13-minute window in which he's not seen. Now, 13.
I didn't see because I don't want to.
4:35. He should have been around here around maybe 4:35. And so he should have been around here around.
Oh yeah, he does have.
And so this as he from Moscow. So had he left here at 4:20 as indicated, as he was seen on Wilunta Drive at a high rate of speed, he should have been around here around maybe 4:35. And so there's just
I want to see where he said 4:18.
That's roughly about the time that that shift change would take. Now that's if their shift changes like at 4 in the morning, 3:30. Who knows? But he's coming in from this direction versus, Washington coming in from this direction. Perhaps he dropped somebody off. The other thing is he was pinged at 4:48, about 10 minutes south of Moscow. So had he left here at 4:20 as indicated, as he was seen on Wilunta Drive at a high rate of speed, he should have been around here around maybe 4:35.
Where?
So there's about
Itchy.
13-minute window in which.
Where does he say 4:18? I know he said 4:18
Now,
somewhere.
Perhaps maybe he was dropping somebody back off in this
I think I got
direction.
bit.
Well, speculation. That's not what she said. That's just kind of what we were coming up with based on the questions that we had from the probable cause affidavit as far as where this was.
Maybe I misheard. I swear, right before I paused it, I heard 4:18 somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I can't find it now.
Yeah.
I can't find it.
She
Okay,
said-
hold on. Let me go.
3 o'clock going on. Few of them at 3:28, 2 minutes later, he's seen traveling across the highway on Steiner towards the residence. And so he went from this address directly, and at 3:29, he spotted in front of the home. So he went from this address directly to the house out of this neighborhood. Now, does that give you enough time to stop, take a view of the police department, understand what's going on, know what's happening? Now, the other thing that I could possibly think of is maybe perhaps 3 o'clock, 3:30 is shift change. Maybe he's wanting to see if all the police officers are back in, knows he's probably got about a 20-minute window to do something, because that's roughly about the time that that shift change would take. Now, that's if their shift changes like at 4 in the morning, 3:30. Who knows? But he's coming in from this direction versus, Washington coming in from this direction. Perhaps he dropped somebody off. The other thing is he was pinged at 4:48, about 10 minutes south of Moscow.
Okay, that's the same thing we listened to. I don't know where I got the 4:18, guys. I must have just imagined. I must have hallucinated. I don't know. I swear I heard it. Okay, so I'm gonna play while we're waiting to play that other video. I'm gonna play a couple of the videos that I was planning on playing anyway. Wow, because I don't want to play the other one until she comes back because I want her to get her reaction on it. But like I said, I haven't even watched it either. I kind of know what it's about because of what Stacey said. All right, let me see what videos I have. I have, let's see. Wait, I have one. What did I do with the one I have where the neighbor talks? Shoot, where did I put it? Hold on. I got to remember where it's at. Shoot. Okay, what friends, family member says about... Oh, it's not that. Oh, maybe I accidentally... Hold on a second. I might accidentally put it in the tribute one. Just give me 1 minute. Because there's one where they interview... Dang, that was the one I really wanted to play, where they interview the neighbor, Brian's neighbor. Brian. I don't know. I'll just play this while I'm going to try to look for that one.
A complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County.
Wait, shoot. That music one.
Strong is the 20-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Zana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin, whose bodies were found in their off-campus rental home on November 13th. But now I want to focus on his potential defenses, because as much as was laid out in the probable cause affidavit that led to Kohberger's arrest, our next guest is going to focus on some potential holes in a future prosecution case. I'm joined right now by criminal defense attorney Laura Uretzian, and one of the reasons that we wanted to bring Laura on is because when we talk about high-profile criminal defendants, Well, Laura was part of the defense team for one of the most renowned criminal defendants in our true crime era, Scott Peterson. So she knows a thing or two about these types of cases that have gained or really generated an intense public interest. So, Laura, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. Where I really want to start is if you were representing Bryan Kohberger, how would you deal with all the publicity? And by that I mean is, in the same sense with Scott Peterson, if you rewind the clock 20 years ago, how do you convince the public, who arguably have already convicted him of saying, wait a second, let's take a step back, let's reframe the narrative. If you were representing Kohberger, how would you do that on the public scale?
Okay, I found a couple.
Well, we know that there's a gag order in this case, so the attorney can't really be out there doing interviews or allowing her client to be interviewed because there's a gag order, right? So she's very limited. So she herself can't really do much. Maybe what can be done is what she does best, and that's be an attorney and defend him the best she can in a courtroom by bringing up many of the issues in the case, by filing motions. And obviously, everyone will be covering all those issues. If there's issues with the evidence, bring those up. And we'll go through all of that in a little bit. And also if there's family members or cousins or people in his past who can say some great things about him, and that doesn't necessarily involve the attorney, those being interviewed would be a great thing to do. Again, the best thing she can do is investigate the case as much as possible, bring about some exonerating evidence, and file all the necessary motions, and basically put up a great fight for him in the courtroom, which will be covered anyway.
How tough is it for him to get a fair and impartial jury? Now, look, we've covered a number of high-profile cases here on Law and Crime.
I almost want to play my other videos that I found it.
Chauvin case,
I'll just see how she answers one more question, and then we'll do.
In the United States, and
it's an impossibility, but it's pretty close to that. Anytime you have a notorious crime or an individual who has been arrested and the public opinion is truly against him, at this point, we've got people all over the social media, in fact, trying to psychoanalyze him. I mean, it's not only that they've convicted him, they're even psychoanalyzing why, how, what was he thinking, and just literally like going through his entire background, finding every little thing that they can find and making a big deal out of every little thing, trying to connect it all to basically support their belief that he did this. So Jesse, that this is going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be tough. Winning the public opinion battle is not the easy part here. I think, again, as counsel, the defense counsel has to focus on the case and try and convince a jury and pick a good jury. That's the first part, picking the right jury, a jury that's not really influenced by any of this, or a jury that can keep that separate from the deliberations and truly focus on the case and make the best case possible in the case. What else can an attorney do, really?
Okay, let's focus on the legal case, the probable cause affidavit. I want to go through it with you. Now, we should make everything very clear that not only is Mr. Kohberger innocent until proven guilty, but the evidence that we currently have is going to be, I would imagine, a lot more for the prosecution when a trial ultimately comes about. There's a lot that can happen between now and then. I think they probably have more evidence that they haven't revealed. Maybe they didn't need to reveal in a probable cause affidavit. So there's more that's going to come out, I imagine. Now, the evidence that was presented in the probable cause affidavit, DNA, cell phone, the evidence about the car, the possible eyewitness identification by the surviving roommate, you had indicated, I think to Anjanette Levy, my co-host, on a previous sidebar, that there are holes in that affidavit. What are those holes?
Well, there's a lot of holes. If you start focusing on every single piece individually and try and show the weaknesses, then that's something that a defense attorney is going to do, right? Starting from the cell towers involved.
Do you guys want to watch the rest of this?
Show that he was,
or watch
been to
the
area
neighbor
at least 12 times. Well, that only shows which tower his phone used. It doesn't really specifically show you his location. He's only about 8 to 10, 15 miles away from the crime scene. And he lives.
So she's talking about
and his phone could have picked up any one of those towers unless they've got more. Again, there's other technology.
But let's just push on that for a second, because they said that he was near that area, near that crime scene 12 times before, either late at night or early morning hours, like in the dead of night. Why those times? It's not like they picked him up 12 times in the middle of the afternoon at 3 o'clock. the times of when they picked it up is
Right.
what's so interesting.
The times are very interesting, but again, one of the questions I would ask as defense counsel or an investigator is there a reason for him to be there other than other than the obvious, right? Does he have a friend there? Is there someone he's visiting in the area? Or again, those hours where he's being picked up, are those is it truly that because he's near the area, or he just happens to be out and his phone happened to use the cell tower? And remember, in the affidavit, they actually say that the cell tower showed that he was in the area, I believe on the 14th, it was one of the days, and that was inaccurate. They actually said it. They said in the affidavit
that's what
that it was inaccurate.
we pointed out
not very
earlier.
reliable.
Which it sucks because they could use that of them saying on the 14th that it doesn't mean he was in the area to the other ones, unless if they have something more specific on in that. I hope they do. I hope he doesn't get away with it.
I mean, yeah.
Man, he could. People do sometimes, man. I mean, I guess like there's a tiny chance that he's innocent, but I don't think so. I know I'm supposed to say, well,
probably not, but he could be. We don't know.
Like, do you think maybe he was framed with that sheath?
It's always possible.
What percentage do you think is it possible?
Not a lot. Based on what I know now, not a lot, but as we find out more information, like if it starts spinning in that direction, like it's not like it's never happened before.
That's true. Here, let me stop this poll before. Okay, so the poll is, do you think that that was really Bryan who's messaging the victims like on that article? So 74% said yes and 26 said no. What do you think, Juliet? Because this was before you were here, right?
I was listening though.
Do you think?
I think he could have reached out to them. Yeah.
So do you think that the Instagram that they found was so? But I don't understand because we went through all of those ones and none of them appeared to be legit. So do you think that somebody said maybe the sister saw that, like looked into the account and she said something? Do you think that's possible that the account got shut down before we even got a chance to look at it? The real one, I mean?
Probably. I think that whoever this is who got this story or whatever probably got it from the other end, like from the sister or someone seeing that he had reached out.
Okay. I'm going to just ask. I hope I predict a percentage of thinking he's innocent. Okay. Let's see where it's at now. I just want to ask. So last time I asked if you think Bryan was innocent, 7% said, yeah. I just want to see. I'm going to do the poll again and see how it went. I'm just always curious. Okay, and then we'll play that video. All right. You're so fine. Hey, Zav, you so fine. You so fine. You blow
my mind. Hey, Zav.
Oh, good one. Thanks, Ryan. Oh, it's fun. All right, so I'm going to play this video that Stacy sent. So supposedly, well, I guess let's just watch it. I don't need to set it up because I haven't actually seen it. All right. And then she also sent me the part where Steve says about the Wi-Fi, the interview. So we'll watch that after.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so here's this one. It's from News Nation. Okay, so here's this one. It's from, it's doing the echo. Why do you do that sometimes? So what I'm going to have to do, hold on. This one. It's doing the echo. Why do you do that sometimes? Why is it still doing it? Oh, I didn't remove the whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to have to.
Why is it still live?
I'm going to have to share it a different way. Hold on one second. Oh, the neighbor one too. I wanted to play that too. The neighbor. Did you see that interview? Bryan's neighbor, the interview?
I don't think so.
We could play that too. Okay. So let me do this one first. So this one was what? Could Bryan have killed 4 people in 10 minutes? Oh! Stacy, I have that on my list of videos to play. I didn't get to watch it because there's sometimes I'll just like get some that the title's like, okay, maybe we'll watch this together. That's one of the ones I have. And I don't know. I didn't watch it yet, but okay, let's do it. So supposedly it says something interesting in it that about Ethan, about where Ethan was found, I guess, right? Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna have to share it like Chrome tab. All right. Here we go. Let's see.
I don't know what kind it is, but what if it's his sheath, but somebody else used it? Now, I don't see any reason to believe that there is any connection to the shootout at Washington State University that went on with somebody who wanted to kill their roommates and this theory that's all over TikTok about how, hey, that guy may have done it. He was friends with Bryan. I don't know that any of that is true. I have no reason to believe it's true. But the idea that Bryan Kohberger may have been there or in the car, but it wasn't him.
Okay, so I always start out when I'm going to speculate on a case that I'm not actively investigating, right? That I'm not privy to all of the details. I always want to say that we don't know what we don't know. So it's entirely possible that information could come forward that would make some of those pieces fall into place. However, with what we know publicly right now, I would be completely disinclined to believe there was anybody else at that scene, or that Bryan was operating in tandem with anybody else. When we tend to see high profile, like high crime, intense, violent actions like this committed by 2 people, what we would call a folie à deux. We're talking about like the Hillside Strangler, Carla Homolka and her husband. We tend to see the signs of those in all sorts of different aspects of their lives. So we're going to see them paired up with that person regularly. We're going to see either, there's somebody in their life who they exert a lot of dominance over or who exerts a lot of dominance over them. And at least as of right now, we're not seeing any of that with anything that we've been, been shown about Kohberger.
But we don't know what we don't know. Mark Aragos, how does the idea of accomplice there but not him and timeline play into the mix of a potential defense?
Well, look, you had on the public defender who I think a lot of skilled and veteran defense lawyers do the same thing. Before you have the client tell you any facts whatsoever, you want to know what the prosecution has. And he wants to know what was in that probable cause affidavit. And why is that? Well, there are ethical concerns. There are concerns about whether or not you ever will put your client on the stand. I won't belabor that. But I will tell you this. One of the interesting kind of facts about this, and I think one of the reasons that people have been speculating, and I would echo, we don't know what we don't know. However, on the body cam, there is a discussion about the SWAT shootout. And when I'm talking about the body cam, once again, I believe it was in Indiana. It was one of the officers who pulled him over with his father. They talked about that. They mentioned that. That's interesting to me as a defense lawyer. One of the things I'd want to know, the first things that I would have an investigator follow up on is, did they know each other? And can I show that they knew each other? Were they together on that evening? Did they have previous evenings when they were together? And you would explore all of that. And I certainly would not want to be wedded to what the client tells me. I've had cases where a client has told me 1, 2, or 3 stories that were all false when it was about the facts. And the reason was ultimately the truth would have set them free, but it was so mortifying, it was so embarrassing that they didn't want to go there. And so the last person you want as your historian, so to speak, before you know what the prosecution has, is your client. That's just the way I approach it. And I think I'm not alone amongst the criminal defense bar in that regard.
Sarah, the idea of 10 minutes, the timeline, not enough, couldn't do it alone. How long is 10 minutes?
It's a very, very long time. And I would disagree with that as well. I think it's entirely possible, particularly, if we look at the different scenarios without going into too much, graphic detail. If he came up that, onto the second floor landing and encountered Ethan as he was coming out into the hallway, where, Ethan's remains were found, it would have been very quick there in the hallway, a very, quick follow up in the bedroom with Xana, and then up to the second floor.
Right there. But does she have some information? Would she have like information like that we don't have? Because who is this girl? You heard what she just said, right?
Yeah, I was starting to say, oh, yay, I'm glad she's saying that 10 minutes is definitely enough time, because I feel like it is, and a lot of other people are saying it is, and I'm constantly rethinking, like, is it? So I feel like you could do it in 10 minutes. Anyway.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know, because she
I
said,
do too.
yeah, and also the order, she's saying them first and then go upstairs.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, so, but why did she say that where his remains were found, like in the hallway? Like, where did she get that information though? Like, does she have like,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, unless it could be something as simple as like his body was half in the room, half in the hallway, like he was in the doorway.
Well, the only reason
they
I'm
could write that they were both in the room and stuff.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But do you remember how it's written? It's almost like the first thing that the officer or the person sees is Xana's legs is what I thought. So wouldn't they say if he's in the hallway, it'd be like, oh, Ethan's right there. Wouldn't they say that?
They would have mentioned him first. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll play it again. But who is this lady now? Like, would she have what is the word I'm trying to think of? The information, like something information.
Oh no.
Oh, I hate when I can't think of the word, but somebody will get it in chat watch. It's like where you have like special information. What is that word?
The blank information?
Yeah, like would she have blank information? Somebody will come up with it, watch. Classified,
Privilege.
yeah, but no, I didn't mean that. Privilege, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you.
That's what Bob said. Bob Bitchin.
Thanks, Bob. Because I sometimes just, can't think of a word, but every time, I swear, I think every time they've came through and has gotten the word I was thinking. Okay, so would she? So who
I
is?
usually do it. I didn't know that one at all. That's because it's like true crime related.
Yeah, that's true. Unless if she does have privileged information and she does.
No, I'm saying I would have gotten the word you're looking for.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, you would have.
Before you even realized you didn't have it.
Yeah, you should have there.
I'm slacking.
Slacky. All right, so let me. Whoa, did you hear that? Oh, no. All right, I'm going to rewind it and listen to this again. Like, not all of it, but just that part. But I forget when they introduced her. Who is this? Can somebody help me out? Who did they say she was? It doesn't say. I wish it had said it under the.
I agree with that as well. I think it's entirely possible, particularly, if we look at the different scenarios without going into too much, graphic detail. If he came up that, onto the second floor landing and encountered Ethan as he was coming out into the hallway, where, Ethan's remains were found, it would have been very quick there in the hallway, a very, quick follow up in the bedroom with.
Because what I'm thinking is like, what if she has privileged information? She didn't mean to say that, but she's just talking, not realizing maybe she shouldn't, and it just came out because she just, I don't know, just forgetting, and it just something. I can see that slipping out.
Yeah, forgetting what people know and what they have privileged information.
Yeah, but if it could have been an accident, Charlie girl. That's what I'm thinking. Like, what if it was just like an accident and she just accidentally said that, not on purpose? Which should be more careful, but She was a cop, then a detective, does investigations. Okay. So, but she's saying he comes up, like, what if he was coming up the stairs and ran into the first floor? Then that,
So she
well,
is
did he
saying
come
if
in the
people
front
chat
door?
were,
If he came in the front door, he'd be coming up. And then he
did you
left
just
the
notice
door
yourself screaming and change it?
open.
Is that what you just did? Go in the front door. What if he came?
I know I noticed it a little earlier too, but I caught it too late. Oh my
Zav
God.
gets really loud when she has something to say. Her
Yeah,
volume like changes completely.
and I didn't realize it until Juliet brought it to my attention. I'll start yelling, like not yelling, but like just my volume.
Just the
goes way
volume
up.
will go up. Like you're still talking the same, like but it'll just get much louder when you think it's important, I guess. I don't know what it is. But you just caught yourself and then started whispering. Oh my God. All right.
Man.
So
So
people in chat are saying that she's saying if, but then she did say where his remains were found.
yeah, no, the if is her scenario of you know, maybe he ran into her, but the part where she says where his remains, that said like a fact. So she's saying like, what if the scenario is because his remains are found here, like he runs into him where his remains are found. So I feel like that part is the fact, and the if is the theory of him running into Ethan, right? Of Bryan running into Ethan. I don't feel like it's an if for where his remains were.
Right. It didn't sound like that the way she said it.
I'll rewind it again, but that part sounds like that's like she's trying to come up with a theory by the facts. And the facts are like, this is how I'm taking it. Her facts are that Ethan's body was found in the hallway. So she's trying to come up with theory. Okay, what happened? So maybe, you know, Bryan ran into him as he's coming up the stairs. And because you know what I'm saying, in the hallway, where his remains were found, because these are the facts, and this is, you know what I'm saying, that's how I'm taking it. What's that, Julia?
Can I listen to it again?
Yeah.
This little piece that she says.
Yeah.
And I would disagree with that as well. I think it's entirely possible, particularly, you know, if we look at the different scenarios without going into too much, you know, graphic detail. If he came up that, you know, onto the second floor landing and encountered Ethan as he was coming out into the hallway, you know, where, you know, Ethan's remains were found, it would have been very quick there in the hallway, a very, you know, quick follow up in the bedroom with Xana, and then up to the second floor where it at least appears, again, based on what we know now, where his primary target was, or up onto the third floor rather. And so I think it could all happen very quickly, which would also, you know, support the idea that this may have been his first really significant violent act against other people, as opposed.
But I don't agree with that. Just because what Dylan said is why I don't think that he killed them first, because of Dylan's recollection of like 4 a.m. she hears Kaylee playing with the dog. Unless is Kaylee really playing with the dog, and that's not what's going on. That's the only possibility.
But approximately 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's what
also just listening to it now. I think that she's just speculating. I don't think she's accidentally releasing anything.
So she's speculating that his remains were, but she's saying it like we know that that's together, where the remains are found, but that's not what we know.
No, she's just like speak like how I do, like just speaking like as if this is true right now. Boom. So when you look at the little piece of it, it sounds like it's.
But the remains really part, I mean, I know the theory is,
but that's included in her if.
I don't know. Okay, but as far as okay, so the timeline. Yeah, no, I think he had to have killed Xana and Ethan last, because, and then also Dylan's account of him going past her from Ethan and Xana's room and out the door. So yeah, I think she's wrong on her theory of how it happened, to be honest. It just doesn't make sense that he killed. You know what I'm saying?
Describing, like when you go through it, if they were back to back, 10 minutes is plenty of time.
Oh, I think 10. So yeah, I think 10 minutes is enough. But why are we assuming it couldn't have been like more like 17 minutes? Why are we
think so.
assuming? And that's yeah, I think he could do it in 10 minutes. I do. But I think if he was in there at around 4, I'm thinking it was probably more like 15 minutes. Not that I'm saying he can't do it in 10 minutes, but the timeline, he might have actually been in there more like 15 minutes if you think about it, right?
Yeah. But
yeah, I
either
think
way, I mean,
definitely. I thought when I heard that much, I was like, man, he had to wait around for a minute because it's not going to take that long to kill
Yeah.
somebody the way he killed them. I don't think. I think he could have killed Maddie and Kaylee in under 5 minutes. I really do.
Yeah.
And then Xana and Ethan maybe a little bit longer because they were awake, so they fought back. But still, so I just think that could have been maybe 5 minutes or a little over 5 minutes. But yeah, I think around 10 minutes is. But I think he definitely could have been in there like more like 15 minutes. But I don't think it would have taken the whole 15 minutes. So, Stacey, is the rest of this? Yeah, we might as well watch the rest. There's only a couple more minutes, so let's just finish
Opposed to when we see serial predation, we tend to see this kind of knife violence. We would tend to see want to follow up, spend time with the body, and we obviously did not see that here.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com, and you can find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button down below. Then you will get more.
Okay. Well, thanks, Stacey. I mean, it was interesting to discuss that. I'm not sure. I don't know how. But either way, I guess we'll have to probably wait for the trial to really know those details. I don't think we're gonna really find out for sure where everybody was found, unless if something gets leaked. I don't know. What do you think?
I think there's going to be a lot more things leaked between now and the trial.
Oh, you think? So yeah, I think there'll be some things, but do you think it'll be like true stuff, or how are we gonna know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We probably won't. We'll just discuss it and see if we can figure
That's
it
true. Yeah, then we'll be like doing what we're doing now.
Like we're always done, yeah. I mean, I think some stuff, it'll be like anything else. Some of it we'll be able to tell if it's true and verify it, and some of it we won't.
Yeah. Do you want to watch let me take this off. Those interviews that I tried to do, and it was here. No, we're not doing this one. Oh shoot. This must have played through. Oh no, here it is. Okay. How did that come on? All right, 1 second. I'm gonna play the neighbor. So neighbor Bryan. So there's 2 of them. Oh, the other one. 1 second. So I had this one is CBS, and then hold on. Neighbor shock 20. Oh, there's a few neighbors one. All right. So we'll play this one first. So I'm going to play this, but I'm going to go downstairs and grab something while it's playing. I want you to just try something real quick. See if let me share my screen. I'm gonna have to share it like this. Hold on, I forget which. 1 second. This was Bryan Kohberger. Right. Oh, they're. Hold on a second. They're worded the same way. Says suspect talked. Okay. Okay. So I want to see if you can actually. Oh no, you're only going to be able to do it on the files. But see if you could remove this. So like when it's over and it's not going to. Let's say I'm not back up and it's over. That it's not going to keep playing. See if you could remove this screen. Just remove it. Yeah, like down on the bottom. You see the bottom? Click on it and hit remove.
Click on what?
The square. Click on like one of the squares that looks like you'll be able to see like him.
No.
Yeah. What do you
Nope.
mean? Yeah. I don't think you're looking at.
No, I'm on my phone, remember?
Oh,
gonna
you
be
still
different on my
can, but you just
phone.
have to know how to do it. I'll have to show you. You can do
Yeah.
stuff on the phone, but you have to, it's a little bit more, you have to like kind of leave the original screen. Okay. Well, oh, you know what I could do? Hold on. I got a better idea. Watch this. I know what I could do. I'm excited because I figured it out. Watch these. I just got to download it. Okay, Bryan Kohberger neighbor. So we're going to do this one first. Hold on. Okay, give me 1 minute. Just hold your horses there.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So now we should be able to do it. Of course it's going to be the one that doesn't download. Of course. Well, let me just, there's only like one in every like 50 that doesn't. And of course it's going to be this one, but we'll do the other one first. And then I go down and then we could do one. That's what we'll do.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm on board.
It's okay.
You got this.
It's okay as long as I know, right? No. But I actually on this one I'm pretty sure you'll be able to pause it and stop watch. Even on your phone because it'll be right on the screen.
We'll see.
Please. You kidding? Both of these are doing that when it's seriously like one out of every. But I know another thing I could do. Watch over here. I'll just do it over here. Okay. Just.
What did you just do? I heard something and I missed it and I looked.
Wait, what do you mean?
Push on your desk?
Did I?
I think you did. I think you got frustrated and pushed
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I did.
I heard the.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we are.
Are you getting an Italian ice? Everyone wants to know.
No, but I want to get like a snack. But I have to be. I don't have any Italian ices. So I have to make sure it's not sweet, but I need something. I'm getting like a headache. So I feel like I just want to get something. Eat? I eat dinner, yeah. But
early?
Probably 5.
You should eat again.
That's what I'm gonna well, that's what I'm doing. I'm eating a snack. Silly.
But like something that'll like, foodish.
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna go downstairs and see. Yeesh. Okay. So I'm gonna share this on this computer and see, and then we'll watch it. It's the neighbor. Yeah, I might eat like a piece of like what I had for dinner left over.
Oh yeah.
What do you think? Is that a good idea?
I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay. As long as you think it is, then we'll be good. All right. So now I want you to test it out. See
this
if
morning
you
we're
could
hearing from people.
Touch the screen and play that. I just want to see. Just where the play button is right there. If you touch it, can you play it? You should be able to, even on your phone. For sure on your computer,
so
you will.
When as much as I want to leave that guy's face looking like that, if I touch it.
And then press the play where play on the bottom left.
Comes up, it says remove from stream, full screen layout, and mute video.
See, you can remove them. The other one didn't get. You could have removed the other one.
Well, yeah, I just had to figure out a different way of doing it because I'm on mobile.
Yeah, but you just figured it out on this, though, right?
Just now.
Okay, so you could have probably done it. But you can't press play on the bottom left.
No, the whole layout is different.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna play it. It's not a big deal because it won't replay because it's a downloaded thing, so it's not gonna just like play another video. All right, I'll be
I
back.
think
I'm
if
gonna
I
play
hit
this.
full screen, we won't do it. We should do this, figure this out on our own another
Yeah.
time. But full screen layout is one of the options. I bet if I hit that, it'll look more like what you've been describing.
Okay.
But
And I
kinda
know,
don't
like,
wanna risk it.
yeah, maybe not. But when, especially if you're on like a more of a computer, then you'll be able to like pull up any of my screens. You could still do it on that, but you have to know it's a little bit not as easy, you know.
Yeah.
Because even when I've been on StreamYard on my phone, like you almost have to like leave the screen to another one to get like to the comments and you know everything. So
Yeah.
all right, let me press play. I'll be back.
This guy looks annoyed at us, so we better hit play on
Yeah,
him.
let's.
This morning, we're hearing from people who knew the suspect in the University of Idaho killings. Bryan Kohberger is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. He is due in court today, but is not expected to enter a plea. Kohberger is a graduate student at nearby Washington State University. Lilia Luciano spoke to 2 of his neighbors.
I try to remember everything that I can, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
In an exclusive interview, one of Bryan Kohberger's neighbors in Pullman, Washington, told us the suspected killer spoke to him about the murders. The neighbor asked not to be identified.
He brought it up in conversation, asked if I had heard about the murders, and which I did, and then he said, yeah, it seems like they have no leads. It seems like it was a crime of passion.
In one previous conversation, he said Kohberger asked him if he'd be able to kill someone as a member of the military. Another time, the neighbor told us he'd mentioned watching Netflix's drama series about Jeffrey Dahmer, allegedly prompting Kohberger to share how rare serial killers are.
He had a very kind and good side to him.
We also spoke to another neighbor of Kohberger's who said they talked to each other about their grad school research. Kohberger was pursuing a PhD in criminology.
He mentioned he likes to study about the role of police, and he, I think, told me that he wants to work with them.
Investigators have not yet released a motive for Kohberger or a connection to the victims. But as court proceedings get underway, one piece of evidence that may connect him to the crime is a knife sheath like this one found at the murder scene.
This is a strong case because of the knife sheath.
CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman says if that link is proved in court,
the knife sheath places him physically in the house at some point in time, but not necessarily on the night of the killings. That is going to be what the defense is going to try to show through cross-examination or their own experts. But that's a real stretch.
as has been the case with this case, there are more questions than answers. We learned also this week that a judge sealed the search warrant for Bryan Kohberger's apartment, citing public safety concerns and saying that the details could prematurely end the investigation. We, of course, asked Ricky Kleeman about this. She says without those details, we won't know why, but it could have been done to preserve evidence and protect witnesses. Gail.
Yeah, Lilia, the more you hear on this case, the more you want to know. It's just still so heartbreaking. Thank you.
All right, should I see if I could close this? Should we try it? No, I'm scared to do anything without her here. I have a question for you guys. So what, a couple of you mentioned his security uniform. So I heard that being tossed around. What is the deal with that? Is that legit? Was he a security for something? Do we know that for sure? Bryan, of course he can. You could do it while she's here too. He was a security guard at a school. Okay, we know for sure that he did. So is that just like a theory that you guys have that he wore that during the crime, or is there a reason to believe that, or is it just like a theory? Privileged information. It's confirmed? Okay. How many of you guys think that he could have been one of two killers? Put one in chat if you think he was one of two people and two people killed the four of them. Because I'm thinking it was just him, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were two people. Like, I'm not against that idea at all. All right, everyone talk about Zav before she gets back. Everyone get everything off your chest. Let's all talk about how Italian looking Zav's face is. Who's Italian here and who can confirm that Zav has the most Italian ass face they've ever seen in their life? Wait, Tiffany, do you have your phone like with you getting snacks or what? She likes side art. Yes, she does. It's Zeke. Let's all admit before she comes back that we're really here to see Zeke, though. Right? Actually, Jackie care. That would be really funny if she wasn't listening. We set something up. We're like, oh my god, I just pictured it when she comes back. Like everyone either don't type at all or like everyone types something that doesn't make sense. Damn, that would have been funny. We could keep it up our sleeve for another time. It could be like when she comes back, everyone start talking about the Kylie case instead. Like, no matter what she says, just answer something having to do with the Kylie case. Ryan, she can't because she. I'll say it. Ryan, she can't because she doesn't curse ever, which is crazy. She doesn't have a problem with cursing, like I curse all the time, but she just doesn't do it. What's going on? Bob Spinner says facts are so distorted by speculation in this case. If you didn't hear it from the police or the affidavit, it's not facts. The really annoying thing is that, Bob, is that even what we hear from the police is not facts, apparently. So that whole thing where people are like, oh, if it didn't come from the police, it's not true. It's like, what, unfortunately, that extends to everything. Because they, actually, in this case in particular, and I always say I'm not a huge true crime person, so I don't have too much experience with this, but only certain cases I get into. But I feel like with this one, they really like told us a bunch of stuff that wasn't true, and I'm sure it's for good reason and everything, but the amount of things that they said that we now know weren't true is a lot, I feel like. And I'm not bashing them for that, but it was kind of surprising. Zav, that doesn't make sense. Little Italian face. Just focus on your snack. Oh. Whose keyboard? Mine?
Ha ha ha! You are funny.
Damn, she's back.
Oh, you're silly. That was fun. Listening, you did a good job.
Oh, thank you.
You did.
I just like picking their brains. It's nice to have like access to like a ton of people about a topic you're interested in. You know what I mean? Like the security thing I didn't know about.
Yeah,
And
I knew
ask them
about
and
that.
they
I
just
was.
fill me in. It's great.
Yeah, they said he worked there. No, it is a thing. He worked there. You didn't hear about that, really? They
No.
talked about it like, but yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff going around. But yeah, he was. Little Italian tomato face. Oh, you guys were cracking me up. I've been sitting here for the last couple minutes. I went down and got a snack, but then when you started, like, probably only like 2 minutes, I just sat up here and was listening. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are cracking me up.
How
So,
funny would it have been if you weren't listening though, and then we all chose something to do when you got back?
like,
And
what would you
everyone
have
did
chose
it.
though? Like, I'm trying to like picture that.
I was saying everyone talk about the Kylie case instead. Like respond to stuff you're saying, but just like instead just like say
Man, maybe I
stuff about
shouldn't have
Jagger.
took my phone, but I wanted to hear the video, and I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't have. Huh? I usually do though. Like, if I leave chat, I'll usually take it so I could still listen. You know, but
yeah.
I ate like leftovers. I ate some meatloaf and rice. It was good.
Good. That was quick.
I eat fast.
Yeah.
I eat really
Little
fast.
Zavone.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so what are we doing here? I got my second. Ryan, you take that back. Only facts. Hey, sir. Yeah, where's okay? So what? I don't know. I might actually end this soon. What is there anything else you want to talk about, Juliet? I was gonna do a different live. I was gonna do another live on it, but I didn't. I mean, I don't know. I didn't expect to be on for almost 4 hours on this live. But there's so much going on other cases that I covered. You know, I want to talk. I might just do some pre-recordeds because, like, we have the Maya Miliete preliminary freaking hearing was last week. I would have loved
I don't
to
know what that
be
is.
aware and like we could have watched it live, but we could still watch that together sometime this week. Freaking Lori Vallow, there's some new stuff with the Vallow case. There's some new stuff with the Richard Allen. He was back in court on Friday. I wanted to do I don't know, should I just do like maybe a couple pre-recordeds or just I don't know how to do this.
I think
feel
that
like
you
doing it
should
tonight. Like it's because
I think you should just do another live like tomorrow and recap all the
maybe
right because it's a bunch of cases and there's just new stuff out for each one.
I was planning on just doing the Vallow and Delphi thing together, and then the Miliete that would be a whole thing on itself because it's long. So we would watch it together, and it would be like 3 hours itself. You know what I'm saying?
And what is it?
Maya Miliete, she's missing. They haven't found her, but her husband was charged. And yeah, so they haven't found her body, but there's some interesting things. Like there's this audio from a house, like a surveillance video that's not pointed towards the house, but it's like a couple, I forget if it's like a couple doors down or whatever. And it catches like something that sounds like it could be gunshots, and it's like the day that supposedly she disappeared. So we think
what is her name? Maya,
yeah. And like so the door that she was in, like the bedroom door was there was like a hole, like almost like we're thinking maybe he shot, like maybe she had the door locked and he shot through the door or something, and then it was like repaired. So yeah, I think it's the husband, but they haven't found it. But it's an interesting case. But that, I was covering that when it all first happened, and then
yeah, I never heard of that one, so I'm interested.
Yeah, so today is day 4 already, and preliminary hearings are huge. Like in the preliminary hearing, you hear like mostly like all the evidence because basically you present the evidence to see if there's enough. Wait, that is the one that you presented to see if there's enough to go to trial, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So you present all the stuff and you want to present like everything because you want to prove like, hey, the prosecution wants to prove, hey, look, we have a case. Here it is. And then they decide, okay, yeah, you know what? You have, enough. Let's take this to trial. So it's huge. I remember watching the Vallow one. Like you got all of it. You got all the witnesses. It's like you're watching the trial, basically. I mean, it's not, but it's like you're watching a lot of the stuff. So they're really interesting if you're following the case. Like
Yeah.
it's actually it's not some of these boring hearings. Preliminary is like, that's it, dude. You get to hear
Yeah, it's all
everything.
condensed and yeah.
Yes. So, did I start talking loud though? I did pretty good, right? Or did
I didn't hear it, but I'm probably used to it.
Yeah, probably.
I only noticed the other one because you started talking like this right after. You corrected yourself.
Yeah. Well, because now I could be somewhat aware. I don't know if I'll catch it every time.
Yeah, every 1 in 100 or something.
Oh, in the Walsh case, they charged him with murder today. They actually charged him with murder, which isn't surprising, I
that's
guess.
the Anna
But
one?
yeah, Brian Walsh.
Oh, the one where it was like very obvious that he did it.
Very
Yeah.
obvious. But what I was
Weird,
talking to Stacey
still.
about, I don't understand. They already had him for another charge. They don't have the body yet. So they definitely could have waited to charge him with it because whatever the time limit of like, and not be worried like, oh, he's free, but like he's already in jail unless if he was about to post bail, like they thought he was able to post the bail, which I think the bail was like, it was a lot. I feel like remember we talked about it, but I feel like it was a lot unless if he was able to. But
what if
like,
they have enough? Could they have enough on him that he get charged without a body?
no, I think they do, but why? I mean, if they're not rushed, he's already behind bars. Why not give themselves a little more time to see if they can find the body? If it's not, yeah, I think they do. And I think that's why I think they probably know that, well, we don't need to wait, but why not? And at least try to find the body when you don't have to do it right now. He's locked up. But no, they must have a lot because why would they do it that quick? Most of the time, if they could get somebody on a charge that they think murdered, they'll get them on a different charge, gives them time to get the evidence, get their case going before they charge them with the murder. Yeah. But no, I know. I think they probably just feel that confident, I guess, but you would think they would, I don't know. Yeah, but people, yeah, you could definitely get convicted without a body. It happens definitely, but it's just a little bit harder without one. But I think they have like a lot. Like that's that one that was like so ridiculous. Remember, it's like he buys $450 worth of cleaning supplies at Home Depot. He freaking leaves blood in a bloody hatchet, blood on the rug. Looks up how to dismember a 150-pound person. Remember, like it's crazy.
Oh, Psycho says they found her buried in the backyard of her home today.
Oh, then that's it. I didn't know they found her. What?
I heard I saw some people in chat talking about that they found someone, but I didn't know it was that one.
Well, no, they found remains of that Athena, but they can't confirm that it's her or something like that. I saw like the title, so they could have been talking about that. I don't know. I didn't look into I didn't watch the video, but something about finding remains but can't confirm of who it is, and that's in the Athena case that's going on. What?
Psycho, you're saying they found Anna Walsh, his body?
Yeah, that one. I think he's talking about Anna Walsh. So I don't know. Does anybody else know that? Oh, it's her. But Haka, you're talking about Athena now, right? When you're saying it's her. Let me just see. Let me look up Anna Walsh and see. That makes sense then why they charged him. Then yeah, that would make. I bet you they did because that's the only thing that would make sense. Because why not just wait if you have time? Just wait. He's locked up. Just wait. Try to find it. So yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Oh, they're still calling it a missing person case though. So I don't know, guys. Are you sure?
It might have just been confusing because of the different ones.
That'd be like, God, was he that dumb to put her in the back? Well, I guess he is that dumb. What other stuff he did? Yeah. You know what? If that's the case and he just buried her in his own backyard, Like, remember we were like, is he really that dumb? Like, he would look up, like, oh, how to dismember. Maybe he is just a freaking
Yeah.
idiot. Like, oh, I don't know. I don't see anything where it says that, guys. Unless if that's like just came out. What is the chat?
Yeah, I think it was
saying?
just confusion.
So, chat's not.
Because no one else is saying that she was found.
Oh, so it's
That
just
Anna
okay.
Walsh was found. Yeah, I think she was not. What something happened with the Delphi case? I guess I shouldn't get you started on it.
Well, no, he just went back to court, so I thought it'd be interesting watching that, on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So I was gonna either like watch that, live and talk about it, or just upload a pre-recorded. So
Yeah, seriously, that's what it felt like the
wait,
other
what does
night
it
when we were
say?
going through all this stuff.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just put a blanket over the body with a note. Oh yeah. Oh my god, that's freaking hilarious. I mean, yeah, he's that stupid. Oh wow.
Because he really, yeah, that's why I was saying knowing nothing. I was like, what if he was like framed or something just because it was so obvious?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think he was. I'm just saying, I just say what I think. I say what I wonder. That's a good description.
Yeah, you do.
I do.
50. Oh wow. Yeah, they're saying that too. What?
Oops,
Oh, did you see that? Look.
No, what did you?
Look.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh. Weird.
Yeah. I know.
Psycho has some privileged information, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my new term now. I'm going to use.
Oh yeah, I didn't even catch that. Are you making fun of me?
No, I didn't even know it was a thing. Be like, today's live is brought to you by the term privileged information. Privileged information is when someone has blah 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 blah. Be like Sesame Street.
You're like
I am not like Sesame Street. Don't you ever say that ever again. Who told you BK tried to contact the victims on Insta? Charlie says it came out on Fox and People magazine, I believe.
Wait, what was the question?
Charlie wanted to know who told us that BK tried to contact the victims. I think it was just one of the victims. You could go back to the very beginning. Is when she talks about it.
Wait,
but
what?
we're thinking that about BK contacting the victims on Instagram. Charlie came in and was asking about it because of the title of your live.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
We're thinking maybe Kaylee's sister was able to go in and see that she had unread messages from him or whatever. Something along those lines, because it wasn't like the type of thing where someone would be able to see just by looking up his Instagram or whatever, like we tried to do.
Sorry, I'm just going through the chat. Going through some of the chats to see what I missed. Yeah, I think it was before. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, it doesn't have to be before. They could still... Well, if the account was deleted, how would it show up on, like, Kaylee's sisters and in Kaylee's account? Would it still say his name?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it
But either
would.
way, she could have seen that before Instagram deleted the account.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
as her sister, she would have immediately went through her phone.
So, but what I'm thinking is like if she went, oh yeah, because she wouldn't have thought. Because what I'm thinking is she saw it before they even arrested Bryan, but then she wouldn't have known. Oh, look, the name to even would she have remembered the name? So she would have had to see it probably after, right?
No, I would think she probably even wrote him down or something.
Oh yes. So it could have been
She probably
before
went
they even
into her account
arrested
and wrote
him.
down the names of everything that she found even a little weird. And didn't do anything with that information because it wasn't, they even said in the article, it wasn't like he wasn't acting crazy. He was just persistent. But she probably took note of it, took screenshots or something.
Yeah. So yes, could be. So that's why we couldn't find anything, right?
That's why Steve had said that she, remember he said, like, do they think they have a little bit of a connection, but can't speak on it yet or something like that? Or something that didn't sound too, it sounded like a small thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe. You're right. That could be it. All right, guys.
News. Oh, thank you, Casey.
Oh, good. Thank you. I know. I had fun today. It's good having you up
Me
here.
too.
Good. Good. What was I gonna say? Do you have anything else that you wanna? Well, I got zoned into comments for like 5 minutes there. Do you have anything else you want to talk about before we end it?
I don't think so. I mean, I could go on for a long time, but I don't have anything right now that I need to say.
All right. All right, guys. So I'll probably just do. I don't know. Maybe I'll put out like a couple pre-recorded just on some of the updates, and then we could do a live this week and talk about it. And then I don't know. We'll see. All right. Wait, what vape store guy? What do you mean, Liberty?
Oh, I just did your thing, I think. Vape store guy was he was interviewed and he said that Kaylee mentioned something about having a stalker or something like that. But I don't think what we know about the Instagram messages doesn't really I don't know if I would count that as stalker.
Yeah, that wouldn't, because she didn't even open them.
Yeah.
She didn't even see the messages. Because I guess she could.
And he might have known she wasn't seeing it, and that's why he kept writing it again. You know, like, it's not like he was like, why don't you answer me, whatever.
Wait, what? How does that show up if you message somebody on Instagram and they're not following you? How does that show up before they accept? I don't even know. Like, can
when
you
you
tell?
go to your messages, there's like an area you could go to message requests. And then you click that and you could see like requests from people. It's usually a lot of spam and then some like that, like, how are you, whatever.
Oh, no, I know where you
the
can see
person.
them. No. I'm talking about the person. So you're saying Bryan probably knew that she didn't get them, but what is Bryan seeing on his? Like, what does he see as he's writing her that? What is he seeing?
I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever messaged anyone on there that I didn't have following me and I'm following them, because I'm not huge on Instagram, but.
Oh, we didn't play the video about the Steve's interview. Let me play that clip real quick. But okay, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know either, because I don't think I ever did either to know how it comes up. You know?
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess Left on unread, Casey B says.
Oh, so they could see it's not red?
I think so, yeah.
Oh. Wow. Well, yeah, I guess if that really is, but yeah, it probably was because they made it seem like it was. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking I think it was. What about you?
Was what?
That he really did. That was him.
What, as a stalker?
No, Instagram.
Oh yeah, I think it was.
Because when I went over, a lot of people were like, that's fake. That's fake. You know,
No, I mean, of course it could be fake, but I think it's more likely to be true. I believe it.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that too. Huh. All right, so let me play this part of the video and then I'm probably going to end it unless if Juliet, you could think of something you want
to
play. So I guess this is the part at 10 minutes. It's the part that where Steve talks about the Wi-Fi. So let's see how he says it. Father, okay. All right. Let's just go to 10 minutes. I guess we could watch the whole thing, but I don't know. What do you think?
I'm fine with it.
There's going to be some kind of connection that will explain this.
No, what kind would? I mean, like, my girl's bullying him, or what kind of behavior could explain somebody being this brutal to another human being? I mean, he was probably obsessed with just their overall looks and their social media accounts and the fact that they were close,
Makes you sick. It's sickening, I'm sure, to see the information that came out in the affidavit about how he had been by the house multiple times prior to the murders as well. I don't know if you guys knew that early on.
Yeah, and close enough that he was touching their Wi-Fi, that his phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out in your front yard, you're not going to get too far. So
I don't think I saw that part. Wow. Again, similar to the connection, but motive. I mean, any indication as to, like you said, there's nothing that can explain this, and you can't make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. But any motive that you guys have gleaned from all of this?
I'd just be guessing, but he taught a class that studied killers and how they did these things. I think he thought in his little fantasy world that he was going to teach a class where he actually did it. No one had a clue. And then that gave him a sense of superiority. Like, you're getting your grades, graded by somebody who actually has lived this lifestyle. So, but that would just be my guess, though.
When things like this happen and suspects are found, I think so often the media attention turns to the suspect, and we don't want to glorify and we don't want to keep plastering his picture. I mean, I don't know how much of the news you've been watching, but what can we do to better serve the victims and their families to ensure that we're continuing to highlight them? And what message do you have for people that are going to watch this story?
My message is that, I'm here for my daughter and Maddie, but there's two other people that are just as important, and their kids went through just as much, and their losses are just as real. So I think, as a media, you can show those other people that they're just as important and they're in the spotlight as well. And, their parents have chosen to do it more private, and I totally respect that. I'm usually a very private person, but in this case, it was a situation where I felt like I was going to be required to come out and make sure that the story didn't die, and we built some momentum and we got everyone involved that we possibly could. With the media, yeah, don't glorify this guy. It's going to be hard, putting his face in his picture. We just don't want to create another breed of these guys. There's Netflix videos right now. We know what they are, that glorify these type of people, give them, Hollywood fame, and they concentrate on them and not the victims at all. And the story is all about them. So I hope the story here is all about these kids and how they did everything wrong. I mean, they did everything right, and somehow this turned out wrong. So we have to look at, like, what do we got to do in society to where we can identify people and make sure that we catch them before we lose such a powerful set of people, or even one person is unreplaceable. So I think society needs to kind of do an audit check on
Oh.
itself and figure out, what our priorities
Hmm.
are. And is this going to go away on its own? I don't think so. I think we need to come together and figure out a way to treat people that have these conditions and identify them.
Steve, since the affidavit came out too, everybody's been talking about one of the girl's roommates. You can't imagine what a young girl is going through when something like that happens. What is your take on the fact that the guy walked past her and she didn't call 911 for several hours and she'd heard some things? I mean, what's your take on all that?
I know one time in the past that somebody was pretending to break into my house, and Kaylee hid under her bed and called, 911, and was too scared to even talk. And then she called me at work, and I prepared her to jump out that window because I didn't know that it was a practical joke. So I think that's a natural thing for girls to freeze up and lock up and, put themselves in a position of safety. And I don't hold that against them. I've already checked into the, could they have lived? Was it a slow bleed out or something? And it wasn't. So
Oh,
there's
okay.
one bad guy here
I was
that I have
wondering.
to focus on. All
Okay.
those other things will slowly come out. I'm sure they catch other people's attention, but for me, I really have to focus on the individual who's responsible for this. And that is a big enough challenge and obstacle that we have to overcome than to worry about, two girls that, were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's like people are trying to cast blame and.
So, am I on mute? Hold on. Am I?
No.
Okay. So I mean, wonder when he's talking about the slow bleed, is he talking about all of them then? Or is he just
I think
thinking
he's
about
saying he's saying that they would have still
that's
passed
what
away
so
even
he
if she called
he said he
911.
looked into him. So yeah, I get what he's saying, but are you sure he knows about all of them? Because I was wondering, like, what about Xana or Ethan? Like, remember, I was bringing that up a bunch. Like, what if she could have saved them? Because we know Kaylee wasn't. They said she kind of died on impact. And
I think all of them died pretty quickly.
Okay. So do you think he was making sure he had all of them covered when he said that? When he said he checked into them and it wasn't a slow bleed, do you think he was referring to all of them?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I mean, he made it seem like it because he said, basically, I mean, if she would have called then, nothing, she couldn't have saved anybody anyway, but I hope he did. Okay. Yeah, but I was kind of disappointed because all he said was, how did he say about the Wi-Fi? He said something like, it hit their Wi-Fi or something. I know what he was saying, but he didn't even say exactly like touch the
touch their
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
He didn't say it exactly like that article said it connected to the Wi-Fi, right? I don't know.
I think he means like he means the same thing, but he's seeing it as like, he was just barely within reach of the Wi-Fi, I guess, because he wasn't in their house.
So do you think it connected at all?
Yeah, like just briefly, I think. That's what it makes it sound like.
All right, well, here we go, guys. I think I have nothing else to offer on this right now.
Tonight or in general?
No, just tonight. Just for this.
Nothing else to offer anyone.
Do you I know this was fun. So okay, today is what? Tuesday. So if we did do another live, like we'll talk about it because this was fun. I mean, I like having two people up here, I like having you up here.
I would like to bring up I like talking about theories and stuff and speculating, even though some people can't stand when people speculate, but I would like to have other people up who have theories on certain things, just one at a time, not like a huge group. You know what I mean? And just
Yeah.
talk about what they think happened. And so I feel like
Yeah.
that's what a lot of us kind of want to do, right? Is that right, chat? Just like spitball and see if we can figure stuff out. Because I always get ideas about things when I hear other people say stuff, even if it's like not related. So I
Oh
would like to
yeah,
do that.
no, definitely. I love doing that too. Like brainstorming together. Like today was good how we did that. I feel like.
And I think like a lot of people in here are so open to other people's theories also, I've noticed. So like we could do something where we have people come up and explain what they think happened with the details and everything. So we can all
Yeah.
just like hear it and see what we think. And, you know, no one's going to be like shut down or made fun of or anything like that because we all just kind of want to brainstorm about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it. But I was almost, yeah, well, let's do that too. But I was talking about like, because I want to do that another case too. But yeah, like we could do an open panel for this. Wait, are you talking about open panel more?
Yeah, but like with one person at a time, sharing like what they think about a certain specific thing or even their theory of what happened in general.
Yeah, okay. Just
Whether he
one
was by
person.
himself or how he knows them, or just, you know, here's what I think happened.
And then you could help with the
I'll
rotation.
make sure I yeah, politely kick them off since you're not able to do that.
It's hard. And it's because I don't want it to like hurt their feelings like I'm like bored or I don't want to talk to them anymore. But it's important to keep the flow. You know what I'm saying? To get the next person.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
actually the last couple open panels, I only had a couple people that came up.
All right, well, everyone get your theories together. And if you do want to
Yeah, get them up. And if you want to come.
yeah. It could just be like, I mean, it could be like one certain thing. Like I talked about the Ethan, how I think Ethan said, "Can I help you?" instead of it being Bryan saying, "I'm going to help you." Like that was like a theory I came up with.
Yeah.
An isolated thing. So like if you guys have any of those or you think this and you haven't heard anyone else talk about it or whatever, or you want to know what other people think, you could come up and share it.
Yeah. I like doing that. I really do. I just like for me
It's
to do it
hard
by
to manage
myself,
it.
I can't. Yeah, it's hard to manage it. So I'm like down to do it a lot if I have you up there to help get the people rotating.
Yeah.
Because I'm just not good. And I know what people you're able to do because a lot of people do it and they're able to just like get the caller or the person, they say it and the next person. But I just can't. Remember when Karma had the like freaking timer? You put up
Yeah.
the phone, but
But then
that
like you would
it's
like
still
you
hard.
still didn't kick them off after the timer though. You
But
would be
like you
like,
guys
okay,
gotta
but
help me out then. Like even you
I'll
guys.
do it for you.
No, you're gonna be up here doing it. But I mean, like, if you're one of the people coming up, like, don't make it difficult. Like, know the rule. Like, what we're doing is you're coming up, telling your theory, then getting off, letting the next person.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, and then
I
you
think
can
most
help
people
me.
do understand that and just
But why don't they
occasionally you get the
leave?
one that wants to talk about themselves for like a half an hour.
But it's still hard because I always have to be the final one to be like, okay. So I wish like we all work together, and when you're done, then you just say, okay, next person, bye. A lot
Have
of
you ever
people do.
watched Showtime at the Apollo? I don't think it's
Yeah,
still
a long.
on, but it was years ago. It'd come on real late. And when they would like perform, new acts would perform. It was at the Apollo Theater. And the audience would basically like if they didn't like it, they would just like boo them off the stage. But they had this clown guy come out. This siren would go off and go, and then this like tap dancing clown would come out and like physically like pull them off the stage. So we're not gonna do that. I
Wow.
just made me think of that because me and my friends used to do that as a joke. Where like if we wanted something to be done, we'd be like,
We could no, but yeah, as a joke. But somebody says,
if someone's really bad, someone really comes up here and starts acting like an idiot, maybe I'll Apollo clown them, but probably not.
yeah, if you
Only after if I give them warnings first, polite warnings, then the clown
yeah.
might have to come out.
There was somebody that
and
said,
pull him
where
off the
is it?
stage.
Somebody said, where is it? Hold on. I remember. Now I can't find. Oh yeah. there could be a time limit roughly, but not a timer. I know, but that still doesn't work. Even with the timer, it didn't work. But no, I think I'll be all right because Juliet, you'll help me. So I think we'll be
Yeah.
good. Plastique. It's more like not a timer, but it's more like you tell your theory and then the next person comes up. But why am I feeling like, because the last couple there hasn't been a lot. So why am I feeling like it's not gonna be like we're gonna have trouble getting people up? But so yeah, start thinking about it. Well, when do you think you want to do it? I don't know if I should do the other one first or do
the other
this.
stuff first, yeah, because there's a lot of information that you want to get out and stuff and address, right?
Like
In other
first
cases?
as in like the same day, but first, or first as in like oh, I do the other one and then another day I do the open
I don't know.
Okay.
Mm.
All right, yeah, you
Showtime
guys start
at
thinking.
the Apollo tonight.
You could be the
Reminds me of, like,
soundtrack.
middle school.
You could sing that for everybody, or just at the
And that's
opening.
how they know that if they really push the limit, they're gonna get there.
We should have, dude, I could do a sound effect. Like I could have something. No, but I can't. I could put it into the StreamYard, then we could play it. Why don't we do that anyway? It'll be fun, but it won't be like when they're bad. It'll be like, okay, you're done. Next, next. When it's
Yeah, you'd be able to do that, but not like politely tell them we're gonna bring someone else up.
No, I'll just have you do it because you'll be able to do it. And that would be like Juliet's the one doing it.
What if we get a clip of that clown?
What clown?
There's got from Showtime at the Apollo. The one they would come on stage and pull them off. It's got to be on YouTube.
Oh, is it like a scary thing?
Is it like a scary
looking clown? I mean,
that's a very valid question because I don't like clowns very much. So very smart.
Oh.
But no, he was just a funny guy. I'm pretty sure he was a clown. Am I making that up? I haven't watched that
Does
show in
anybody?
forever.
Well, I was gonna see if I could find it, but I don't
It
know.
is a clown, right? That comes on the stage dancing, and he like very old timey, and pulls them off the stage. If I'm making
Does
that up,
anybody-
that's gonna be so funny. Like, where did I get
Anybody
that?
know? So how would I look that up? The Apollo, that's
put
not
in-
on anymore, right?
I don't think so. I was saying I should just dress up as a clown. I could always do that. I'll just like turn my camera off or whatever. Well, I have it off anyway. Put on a little clown outfit and then turn it on and start dancing. That's when they know they've gone too far.
You can. That would be cute. Do you have a clown?
Surprisingly, no. I don't have any clown costume. You'd think I would, though.
Well, then I don't know what we're gonna do. All right,
Cat
so
clowns are creepy. That's why. You
did anybody answer if you're even right?
Let's see. Someone said, so KCV said, I thought it was a tap dancing hobo. Which could, yeah, but he acted clownish. So maybe it was just like but it had that old timey kind of air to it.
You're an old time.
I am not an old timey air.
All right,
I
am. I'm gonna call it a night. Oh wait, I didn't finish the answer. Did anybody find it? The clown. I just want to see if you're right. Hold on. So it's called.
You're right, that's true. I was saying that's basically a clown. A tap dancing hobo is basically a clown anyway. Yeah.
Wait, did we figure it out and I just missed it? Did you say it and I didn't hear you? Or
What,
no?
if it was a clown or not?
Yeah.
A couple people said it was like a hobo.
Oh, I missed that. Okay.
Dancing hobo, but he was dressed like ridiculous, I think. Or so there was some reason why I thought it in my mind he was a clown. KCV said could be me blocking the clown out because they're scary. That's true. Just made it into something a little
I'm
nicer.
not seeing it. Hold on.
Are you, Google Showtime at the Apollo pulled off stage or something like that? I want to look it up too while we're, this is important, guys. At the Apollo tonight.
Yeah. Okay. So when I typed it in, it filled it in. Does Showtime at the Apollo still? Oh no, that's not right. Never mind.
It's Apollo get booed off stage as a YouTube video.
I'm not seeing it. I don't know. I don't think that's right for some reason. Because if that was a thing, it should like be popping up all over Google, right? I would think. Hold on, let me see.
KCB says, LOL, no, I can't look. Please Google it. Watch, it's a clown.
Oh, are you scared of the clowns? Let's see. Hold on.
It could, if it is, it couldn't have been that bad because I don't remember him being scary and I was legit. I mean, I was in junior high school, so, but still, it would have been, I would have remembered it being creepy if it really was a clown and he was scary. I would have been like, oh, that's that clown from the Apollo that I hate. I don't remember feeling that way about him.
Well,
Maybe I just liked him because he got rid of like the bad act.
Yeah, you're probably happy that
he was a good guy clown.
What's saying that these people are getting booed off, so I'm trying to watch where it happens, but I'm not seeing a clown. I'm like, oh, it is. It's a clown.
Is it?
Yeah.
Casey.
Look. Hold on. I'll just put my phone because I don't want to get copyrighted, but I think if I did my phone, it's this guy. Hold on. Can you see? Hold on.
Tiny bit.
It looks like a clown,
right? That counts
looks,
as a clown.
I didn't see the front of him though, but I would. Oh wait, here he's dancing now. I mean, I would say he's clown-like. I could see. I would have described him as a clown too, definitely. Here, hold on. Let me see if we get a front view of him. Wow, I didn't even realize they did that, but I don't think I've watched it much. Okay, she's about to. Let's see what happens.
She's gonna get booed off. They're booing her.
Yeah, look, I guess. Well, he's got. Yeah, I would consider that's what they're trying to do.
Oh, he was nice to her too.
Why do they normally
just escorted her off?
Throw him off the stage?
No, of course he doesn't. But he usually like would like. When I remember him like kind of dancing on and dancing around them, and then like pulling them off the stage into like his dance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what he was kind of doing. Like, oh, I see. Okay, the other one he kind of did more like that. All right, wow, I never would have thought that's what they did. I didn't even know they did that on that show, that they booed him off. All right, guys, well, make sure you guys, if you want to come up and say your theory, what is it? As a child, tap dance people off stage and clown wears. Wait, oh my God, I just read. As a child, seeing him tap dance people off stage and clown wear was horrific. I would imagine being a contestant, getting booed off, seeing that nightmare-looking full tap. Aww, wow, I didn't know so many people are like scared.
It's probably people like maybe they were like kids who would catch it on TV. You know what I mean? Because I only started watching when I was like in junior high school. But that's like the type of thing, I think that is the type of thing I probably would have been afraid of if I started watching it when I was little.
Yeah, probably. I don't think I would have, because but I could see some people, yeah.
You didn't have a clown issue.
No, I didn't. I know there was a lot of people that do, but no, I never had it. I feel like I'm more afraid as an adult. Like, I'm not afraid, but I feel like they're more creepy as an adult because I think I know more about, like, I don't know. Remember that thing where the clowns were, huh?
So you're like, because I know more about. It's like, what do you know?
Well, because
what do you know about clowns that makes them creepy now as an adult?
Well, what's the dude, the serial killer that was a clown, the freaking which I didn't know, and then just like how many years ago? I don't know how many years ago, but they had that clown thing where all the clowns were like
Where they would
terrorized.
appear everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, but back then I didn't associate anything bad with a clown. So clownology.
That's such a cute little innocent way of viewing the world. Little Zav liking clowns.
I mean, I don't know if it was like, oh, I love clowns, but they didn't.
I mean, you're supposed to like them.
I never was one to have like one at my birthday. Did you, anybody? You know how people have clowns for their birthday? Not that I was afraid, but I just wasn't interested. Like, oh, I love clowns, but I wasn't like, oh, I'm scared of clowns. They were just there.
That makes sense. I think that's probably the norm.
You're the norm. Yes, John Wayne Gacy. Yep. Remember, he was a clown, and they found all those bodies.
Yeah, that's freaky.
All right, Vern. See, they are creepy. No. Oh, I see. I can't think of a name. Wow, I can't think of a name. My brother had
a lie.
Plastique. Plastique. I feel like there's a lot of new people in here tonight.
Yeah, but they're like participating a lot.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
You're cool. I can't stop.
Oh, man.
But that was nice, right?
Yeah.
All righty. Do you have anything else you want to chat about?
I spoke about the Apollo clown. No, yeah, I'm good.
Oh, yeah, you got that.
Spoke about the Idaho case. Spoke about the Apollo clown. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm all set.
Yeah, guys. So, like I said, I'm gonna probably my next live is probably actually gonna be on two other, like I said, Val and Delphi. So, those of you that just like started getting into true crime just through because of the Idaho case, come check out the live. You know, when I do it either tomorrow or the next day or whatever on different cases. They're really interesting. Vallow case is about to go to trial. Delphi will be going to trial in not too long, I would say, right? But I think Vallow will be coming up first, and yeah, so just stop in for that too, guys. Come chat with us for the something different than Idaho, you know. How many of you guys in here have followed the Vallow case? You have, Julia, you don't know much about it, huh?
Mm-mm.
That one's interesting. I'm going to fill you in on that.
Yeah.
Aw, look at that. Thank you.
Aw, thank you. So are you guys.
What about the doggy? I have a question about like the dog at the Idaho, you mean?
Murphy? Yeah, that I'm still, I mean, it doesn't bother me as much as it used to, but I was really caught up on the dog thing, like why the dog wasn't harmed, and I'm happy he wasn't, but logistically it's still a little, I don't know, I guess it makes sense now. He was just in a separate room. They put him in a separate room, right?
Yeah.
You're in a separate room.
Yeah. You are. And you need to be in the same room.
I do.
All right, guys, I'm going to end it. Thanks. I had fun. It was a fun hanging out with everybody. Yeah, Julia, I think, yeah, you need to come up more often.
We'll see what people say.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
But wait,
I'll come up either way, but
okay.
I'd be curious to know if people would want me to be up often or not.
Oh my God, you're silly. Yeah.
No, I mean that's a normal thing to ask. Like it's not gonna hurt my feelings or anything.
No, I get it, but I think from like you could tell that they do though, right? I feel like
I know some do.
Well, some like that watch it
Some is
hate
enough.
me. They like me. So
That's true.
and but some reason they keep watching and then you know.
I think you know what it is tonight. We don't have too many of those people that get mad at other people for like questioning things and being curious minded. Those are the ones that would have an issue with me, I feel like, because I just say, what is this? What is that? And I'm not,
Yeah,
I
that's
entertain
true.
like all thoughts, you know what I mean? Which is great for some people if they think the way I do and you do too. But the ones that are more touchy about things don't like that. They want us to be very limited in what we even propose as a possibility for something. And I'm not good at that.
Yeah,
So
no, I mean, I'm the same way. Yeah, I get it. And it's just yeah, it's look at all the yeses.
Aw.
Aw. They love you. But yeah, no, we didn't. We had a good group of people, huh?
Yeah.
Really good group. This was like, yeah, very positive. I just wonder why sometimes like what brings them like wonder why sometimes like it's we get a lot and sometimes you think it's the title what we're talking about specifically that
I think it's
brings
just
in
by chance. I don't know.
oh okay just like okay yeah maybe
Oh crap. Hang on one second.
what happened that sounded
My
funny
earbud.
you're an earbud
My earpod. Yep. That's what they're called. Earpods.
no but
BRB.
you are well I'm gonna say my byes guys so when she comes we could just say bye bye bye. It's already 12. Yeah, I'm already going. Dude, we're already going on almost 5 hours. People are gonna. This is what. Why is every time like I'm like this is gonna be a short live? The one time I said that like months ago and it like turned into like a 9-hour chat. So people were rewatching it. They see the beginning and so they see the time is like 8 or 9 hours and they're like hear me at the beginning and say, "Oh, this is just gonna be a short live," and then you see like 9 hours. Well, look, Juliet, 4.5 hours. This was supposed to be a short
Yeah.
chat. But at the
Yeah.
beginning, you'll hear me say this will be a short. It's gonna be a shorter chat.
Yeah, but people know to ignore that.
They know to ignore you.
It's
How you trying to
it's
turn
not
that into
even
like I know.
it's not even trolls that I'm talking about because everyone in chat is saying there are no trolls tonight. They're actually not trolls. They're like these like mostly well-intentioned see I feel mean. I want to say overly sensitive people and I feel like a dick saying that. But it's true though, but in a controlling way. Like it's not really okay because they're not saying, "Oh, this makes me uncomfortable talking about this. I'm going to remove myself and watch something else." They're trying to control what other people are talking about based on what they personally think is appropriate or not. But the problem is that different people have different levels of what they find is appropriate, what they find they can easily discuss. And none of our intentions are bad. But there are some people who think that, talking about the fact that people died in itself shouldn't be happening. Where I'm thinking like, well, you want to keep tabs on things because like that's how you make sure there wasn't some injustice occurring in the general sense. Like you want to ask questions about things as a society. You want to know what's going on and know what's happening when something big goes on in the world around you. Some people don't think like that. And I really don't, I mean, there are trolls also, but the ones I'm talking about is like, it's a certain subset of people that I'm sure individually, if you met them in real life, they'd be great. You know what I mean? And it's just it's a combination of what they're sort of like, what they're comfortable with, plus that what they're comfortable with not matching up with other people, and then them trying to control the other people. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. It's just hard to describe. them.
Oh, you're right.
Vegans, Bob bitches and vegans.
Vegans. Aw. Oh, you do get credit. Yes, Ryan. Thank you. You get full credit for the banana song. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, that's just the community. That's just the way it is. That's one of the worst. I hate when people say like, I shouldn't say. Yeah, I do hate when people say that we shouldn't be talking about it. Like, you're profiting off of like dead people, and I just hate that
Meanwhile, like,
argument because you're not seeing the bigger picture of like what
yeah,
life is, what everybody does. Like everybody's profiting off of something. My choice is I have a passion for true crime. I like to learn about human behavior and why people do
right.
things.
And so do other
Why
people
am
when you're providing a space for
Yeah.
them to discuss it with you.
Yes. So, and like, why don't they go complain to all these other news reporters that talk about it, documentaries, movies that are made about true stories about murders? Like,
Yeah.
are you sitting there writing them little emails saying, why are you profiting off of it? Like, go hit up every news, Fox, CNN, every place talks about murders. It's the news. Like,
Yeah.
what? Come on. And it just makes no sense. You're going to attack the little people that are just like,
Or go to one of the channels that's actually not being very respectful about things and yell at
yes,
them because they are wrong. You should approach these topics as respectfully as possible, but we do that here. So that's why I think it's part of why it really bothers me when people have issues with it, because it's like, wait, no, we're not. I think what happens is people see other people being really nasty and stuff online and saying insensitive things, mean things, and not caring, and it piles up, and then they come on here, and then all we do is mention it, and they like let it out on us. Like, you shouldn't
yeah,
be. Meanwhile, it's not really like it shouldn't be directed to us.
no, it shouldn't. It's just, and it's like, there's some of these big companies are making like tons of money. You know what I'm saying? These us little small YouTube channels, you're attacking us just trying to do everything ourselves. And you know what I'm saying? It's just like,
Yeah.
it doesn't even make sense. But you shouldn't even be attacking anybody because everybody profits off of somebody else by what they do. Every single job profits off of somebody else. If you think
But
about it.
you should see, like, I know you get a bunch of the stuff about people complaining about you profiting off it, but these people that I'm talking about, I want to come up with like a name for them. I'll have to think about it. But this group of people that I've described, even on Twitter, they'll go after you for like asking questions and stuff like that. They'll say like, and it's a whole like variety of people, like they all walks of life do it, and they'll say stuff like, even little things. They'll say like, the case is in June. You won't know anything until then. Anything else is speculation. Like, okay, so you want me to just not wonder about things until June? Like, what is it that you actually want? Like, what's your end game here? Like, they really want to shut people up in a sense because because they feel like you shouldn't be talking. Like, I don't understand. It's so annoying. But yeah, so even without the profiting thing on the table, they still have issues with it, with people asking questions and stuff. It's really, really weird and unhealthy because we don't want to be like that as a society. We don't want to stick our head in the sand and just be like, well, I guess I wasn't there, so it doesn't involve me. Like, or it didn't happen to me, so who cares? Like, that's the other side of this coin, is being like that, and we don't want that.
Yeah. No, you're right. Thanks, Jackie. And Juliet's personality is pretty cool too. But yeah, no, it's true. It's like, but that's what makes the world go round. I mean, you have to have that to have the, I mean, it's just, you can't avoid it, but it annoys me, but I know it's nothing I could do about it. And then I'll take so much time just trying to explain that all. I know I shouldn't waste my time like commenting back to these people, but you're not going to change their mind. I mean, but sometimes you do though. I have changed people's mind where they've apologized and they said, you're right. You know what? You're right. But I don't think we'll change those ones, the ones that have it, like you're profiting off of. I haven't yet to change those people that are saying that.
Yeah.
But maybe
because they're
one
too
day.
like far gone. I think a little bit of that is jealousy too, though, because in their eyes, you're a regular person who is like making money doing something that they think is easy. when they're probably struggling or whatever. Like they don't realize that there's work that goes into this. So I think part of their anger towards you for those people is jealousy.
Yeah, no, you were saying, yeah, I think you could be right on that because they're like almost
That's
wishing
why
they
there's
could do it,
added,
huh?
yeah,
Like
there's
they're
like
wishing,
added anger there.
but it's like, why are you over here watching it then? Like, if you hate it that much, like, why are you over here like commenting? I don't get
Yeah.
that. Like, use your time on something you like. Like, don't waste your time if you hate this that bad and you really hate what I'm doing. Like, go use it on like something that you like or whatever.
Well, that's where the
Well,
controlling aspect comes in. They want to control other people.
yeah, but I don't know. It's actually, I haven't. I'm trying to think the last time I got a comment like that. I feel like it's been a while about like it's probably been, I don't know. Well, I don't get to read all the comments, so there probably is some in there that I've missed. So,
Yeah,
but
it sort of ebbs and flows, I feel like.
yeah. All right, yo. Oh, thanks. So, no, but two people realize how much it costs to set up things and costs for yeah, no, it is. It does. And like, what was I? Okay, yeah, no, yeah, and then like,
was that just like, did you just stop talking for that whole time? Just now?
I don't know. I have trouble I'll sit there and start reading comments like in
That was a
mid-sentence. I
long
know.
gap, though.
Well, then no, maybe not. I just read a couple comments.
No, it was like 10 minutes.
No. Oh, you must have an issue then. If you're being,
No.
oh, I was gonna say there must be an issue on your side.
We were
all
all
right.
sitting here in silence for 10 minutes just now.
Oh my
That's how
God,
long
you're
you were.
silly. You are too silly. No, it's what was I gonna say? Yeah, and then also, yeah, because like, you burn up like live streaming burns your computer. Like your computer's probably gonna last like half its life, like doing like all these
Oh, yeah,
lives.
I bet.
You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna go through computers quick. You're gonna go through microphones. I feel like I'm due another microphone soon. You just go through stuff, and then all the apps like your video editor. I have like a background search app. I have a bunch of different things that you like. Oh, StreamYard. I have the premium, because I need it for stuff I do. I finally got YouTube premium without the ads.
Oh, yay. Good.
So people don't, yeah, it is. It takes it, but no, I'm not complaining or anything, but people just don't realize that they think we're like, I don't know. Yeah, who cares? Who cares about them? We got good group. I don't know why I'm going on about it. But I had fun, and I guess it's because I'm trying to say it was so awesome tonight. Like everybody was so awesome.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I freaking read one bad comment. I don't think there's one negative comment. I didn't see one. Did you?
I saw like 2 the whole time, maybe.
I didn't even see any. So aren't you proud of me?
Like, yeah, that's probably why it went so well, because you didn't focus on the bad comments.
Oh, so maybe.
Well, everyone's like, ignore it. And you're
Oh,
like,
maybe that's
what
good
is
though.
it about me that you hate?
That's
like,
good
oh,
though,
wow.
right?
That is good. You did very good.
You're the one that started me on that.
Yeah, before I even knew you.
Yeah, and that actually helped. I think I improved like a ton, like from the first challenge, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I did.
I don't know about a ton.
Think about before I was and then after. I think
You
I did.
significantly improved.
Oh, wait, I feel
How's
like the
that?
families forget until the prelim decision is rendered. Oh, God. Yeah, I think I did good. Or I think I did bad. I think I've been doing at least better because
Yeah.
I don't know. I have my bad days. I know. Like if you're already edgy and feeling like off, then you do let that stuff bother you, and you can't just ignore them because usually for every one I respond, you're reading a bunch that you are able to ignore, and then finally it's just like, I'm going to respond to this, or one that you just
but
want to
your
explain.
thing is that it's not even that you acknowledge it; it's that you stay on it. And then you'll like even go back to it sometimes.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, so then people are like just sitting here waiting for you to finish.
Oh my God.
Like wondering why someone hates you or something. No, but picture it from our point of view where we all like you a lot, right? And we care about you. And then some mean person says something mean and stupid and it's getting to you. And then we have to sit here and watch it get to you. It's not comfortable. It's not fun.
Well, maybe that'll help. Just remembering that.
Yeah.
But some of them, it's like I have to because I want to like say my side. I want to defend myself. If somebody says something that's not true, like I almost
get
have
that,
to,
but then you have
don't
to
stay
say
on
it and then drop it. Yeah, yeah.
But then that's that over-explain. You feel like you have to. I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah, no, I know how you think now.
Oh, but I'm gonna try on
Stacey
that
knows
because
what I'm talking about.
I gotta just try to remember that like everybody else is like not annoyed, but it's like not fun for everybody else.
No,
so
it's
that will
not.
be enough, hopefully, motivation. If I could remember in the moment when it's happening, that'll be enough motivation because I want everybody to be having fun. So hopefully that'll be enough to like say what I gotta say, drop it because it's like, oh, that won't be fun for everybody.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, saying that if she starts doing that, just dress up as a clown and pull her off stage. Yeah, if you start like harping on negative comments, you're gonna get the hobo clown.
Oh, we're getting some good comments.
Aw.
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 I just want to explain one of the reasons that aw. I can't stop doing that. That wasn't even on purpose. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, she didn't nail it. Well, cause she like you get me. Like, yeah, you understand now that
I get you, and then I get being, watching
yes,
the
the
channel from before.
other side. Yeah. That's true. So I get good. Yep. All right. Well, this has been fun. How many times have I said it already that I'm like, okay, guys, it's been fun. I'm gonna end it. Like that's probably my 5th time already, huh?
Everyone hit the like button if you haven't yet.
Thanks. See, you're good at that. I'm not good at that.
Well, because there have been times that I've been on and I just don't hit it because I don't think to.
When I'm watching people and I don't even think to either. It's hard, but
oh my God, Stacey. Yes.
No, yeah, she is.
I am though. Like that's something that someone who's like known me my whole life would say. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Objective to a fault sometimes.
No, it's good. Well, you haven't what, Stacey? Oh shoot, I haven't yet. Oh, see? No, it's okay. I understand because I do the same thing. But go ahead. Now that you're reminded, go ahead and hit it. And if you're not subscribed and you're just watching, because I know I have it on sub chat, but some people might just be watching us. Just go ahead and subscribe. I normally don't do that. That felt weird to say that. I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
No, you're not.
You know, people are like, oh, welcome. I love new people. Who else? There was another new person and I didn't get to say who was it. I didn't get to say welcome because I think I was in the middle of something. They said I'm new here. Who do you remember?
I might have responded in chat. I don't know.
Okay, good. I hope you did. Oh, thanks.
But I don't know. There's like a few of them. You're right.
Thank you.
Yeah, integrity. Yes.
Shoot. Who's new? Who is like new here? Because I want to see what it was a while ago and I kept meaning to be like welcome and I never did. Who's like new like today? And they said, oh, this has been fun. I'm new here.
There's a few people.
I know, but do you remember? I want to welcome them, but I don't remember.
You want to welcome all of them?
Well, the few, yeah.
Aw.
Are you new? I can't think of a name. Either you changed your name or you are new because I don't remember that name. I can't think of a name. I feel like I would remember that because it's unique. So are you new? But I don't think you're the one that said it though. There's somebody else.
New people hit 1.
Aw, Miss Kurt Cobain, you're not new. You're old and you made a return back. Because you did you not follow? Wait, there was one case I was doing, maybe you didn't follow, so you disappeared. Was that the Kylie case, maybe? Oh, yay, Sember Tuber! Can you explain your name, though? What does that mean, Sember Tuber? I'm just curious. Yay, I'm glad you chatted today. I also love when people are like, I've been watching a while, but this is my first time chatting. That's always fun, too. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, first time.
Yeah, I liked it too because like they've been there, but like
Look,
you
I'm
had no
good.
idea.
It was. I was right. I knew. So, because you probably were you not into that case? Which is fine, you know? I'm glad you like came back when you were into a case that you liked again. Okay, you're a long time lurker. Yeah, you said that earlier. I remember that, but did I get to maybe I didn't acknowledge that. Long time lurker, don't often chat. I've followed you for a long time. Yes. No, I think I did put your comment up, but yes, I'm glad. I love seeing that. What else? Wait, what are people putting a 1 for? I missed that.
If they're new.
Oh, Patsy Cline. Oh, you've been writing the nicest comments. Remember? Oh.
Was she the one that said just darling?
Yeah, and she said she was new, I think, too. You put up the comment, remember? It was like the sweetest one. It was kind of at the beginning. Sember, okay, you're new. Who else? I just want to see if anybody else. No, I guess that's also far so far. Yeah, they did. But I met a lot of awesome people through that. Well, Juliet, but a lot of awesome people through that case. Everyone in chat are all welcoming. Love you all from Toronto, Canada. Are you new? Are you saying?
Canada?
Yay! What did I say? Did I say can't? What did I say it wrong?
Definitely said Canada.
But I usually say
Canada.
Canada. I don't know why you said it like that. Welcome, Never Fear Truth. I love your name. You're not my third show. I was going to say you're somewhat new. Okay, cool. I always catch you near the end. But you've been here for a while this live, right? Hey, Amber. Debbie.
Canada.
You're a Canada.
Oh,
Okay, I gotta
boy.
do it. Oh boy. All right. Well,
Kitten Candy says this is her first live. Yay.
yay! Where are you? Hold on. Where? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Yay! First live.
Priscilla says, I just found your channel a couple days ago. I really enjoy listening. Yay.
Yay! Thanks. Welcome, Kitten Candy. Welcome, Priscilla. Hopefully you come back. Come back. Good to have you. Oh, thanks, in City Baseball Mama. Thank you. All righty. Well, I'm gonna say goodbye. Oh, cool. I'm not new, but don't say much. I'm in Thailand. ASMR
You should do a giveaway for do it randomly during a live. Find out who's the furthest away from where you are in the world.
Oh, and then that person wins?
That person wins, yeah.
What if somebody lies just to win? I can see that. No, I'm just joking. You guys are honest.
I guess they could, but make it something, not
But wait. Like,
Give
let's
away something not great.
wait, what? Oh, make it
something not too great. I meant not like $100 or something like that. Like something, an item or something having to do with the channel.
Oh, Australia. But what if you it might be hard to tell who's the farthest. Do you know what I'm saying? Because
yeah, we'll have to figure it out.
Yeah. All right, guys. I really am gonna leave or end this, but look out for a live. Like I said, maybe we should just schedule the open panel so people know. I don't know. I'm not good with schedules, but
yeah, we could do that.
What do you think? Or I could always just put it on the community post because I gotta.
But then they'd have to look at it, right? Or no, it'll come up in their feed if you do a community post.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, unless if you wanna, what would you say? When do you want to do it? Because you definitely got to be there for that. I mean, be up on panel for
So I
that.
could tap dance people off the stage.
Yeah, you could help the rotation.
I could do any time if I know ahead of time.
Okay, so tomorrow, like my next one, I do want to do the other stuff before it's like way old news.
Yeah.
And then, so what is today? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe Friday?
Friday night?
Friday night. What time? 8?
Yeah.
Friday night, 8 o'clock, open panel.
Share your theories.
Theories.
Idaho.
Come up, you share your theory, and you get off.
Your thoughts.
No
Yep.
lingering, no lingerers. You're up.
Showtime at the
Theory
Apollo.
off. And a theory should, I mean, if you have, I can't put a time limit necessarily, but like, a theory shouldn't take more than like 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Just to give you an estimate. But we're not going to
Yeah.
put like a timer. But yeah, just if think of like an actual theory where you could just say it and then, okay, bye.
Yeah.
Just so we could get like we could hear a bunch of different ones. So hopefully we have a good turnout because I feel like the last couple lives I haven't got many people. Like during the Kylie, I would get a bunch of people come up on panel. So hopefully I didn't scare them away from from like panels, because I would be like timers and like making
No, I
people
think you
feel
just
like they're
you
like
have a smaller but
annoying or
better
something.
group now.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm really gonna end it. So
Yeah. Are you?
yeah. Oh, should I? No, yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I'm gonna end
Yes,
it
you
right
should.
now. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks for hanging
Peace.
out. Good night.
Peace. Like peace.